love doing this.
Welcome to the AdaKay Show. I'm your host, AdaKay, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Hello and welcome everybody. How are you doing? So glad to have y'all here. We just teleported over from the Fraser Michael Brom, the PCH sister trial. There where a guy was speeding, lost control of the car, and ended up wrecking and killing 4 women. That is going to be hopping at the bit come September. September. So I just wanted to kind of start kind of priming the pump on that and getting everybody ready and knowledgeable about that trial. So good evening, and welcome. Thank you, my mods who are able to join me tonight. I greatly appreciate you. Everybody give the mods a round of applause and a thank you. Yay! Okay, so where are we now? We are in day 2, and I think they just barely ended day 2. So I will try and start. I wrote down witnesses and tried to be ahead. So as soon as we start this, I will start getting that done. Good evening, honey. Thank you for reporting to duty, my love. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry. Um, excuse me. I've been doing a lot of talking. So go back and watch that other live. It was amazing. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I'm Ada. If you do, hey, good to see you. We are back inside the Davidson County Courtroom, Nashville, Tennessee, for day 2 of a red room trial from former Tennessee Titan scout Blaise Taylor. Now, if you were with us last night, you know day 1 did not hold back. It got spicy. Prosecutors and the defense laid out 2 completely different versions of what happened the night of February 25th and 2023 when the tension in the courtroom was real from the jump. Here is where we stand going in today. Blaise Taylor, 30 years old, pled not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree red room, 2 counts of felony red room in the death of his girlfriend, Jade Benning, and their unborn daughter, approximately 5 to 6 months pregnant, I think. The district attorney's office is pursuing life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now, day 1, the prosecution told jurors that Jade Benning called her longtime friend, Nigel, I think it's Niaja, Miss Jackson, shortly before she became unresponsive. And during that call, Benning said someone had put something in her drink. Prosecutors argued that those were Jade's last coherent words. Oh, poor baby. The defense fired back, arguing that when Jade made those accusations, Miss Johnson's response was, "Are you talking to me?" Suggesting Jade never specifically named Blaise Taylor. We also heard from first responder Nashville fire paramedic Marisol Baldwin testified that when they arrived, Jade was facing down on the bed unresponsive and had pinkish fluid around her mouth. Prosecutors said that Benning had a level of cocaine in her system higher than any previously seen in any overdose death, and that she died of acute cocaine toxicity after being taken off life support on March 6th. Her birthday would have been her 25th birthday, I believe. Now, the defense countered that they told jurors Benning had a history of taking drugs and that they also questioned the handling of the evidence and signaled that they plan to raise concerns about the reliability of some of the testimony. It's very central to the prosecution's theory. Now, what's ahead for today? Witnesses' testimonies are currently going on right now, and we're going to get into that. But we should have more investigators, experts, and other people connected to the case, of course. So let's get ready to rumble. Let's get in. Let me oh, come on. Obey me. My thing's not obeying me. All right, let me get this off. I don't know if that person's going to be back on the stand, but let me get it off for the time being. Everybody, thank you so much for joining. Let's get into court. Let me get it. Let me get it queued. I tried to queue it, but I didn't do a good job. Uh-oh, I don't have sound. Do y'all have sound?
Of the evidence in the case.
Let me know if y'all have sound.
Observation of
I don't have
individual.
Right.
I do not.
Observations is one thing, but looking at the motion they filed previously, lack of remorse.
So that's.
Here he effed up.
I want to skim back. I want to skim back because I want to hear the opening. I want to get this going again. I'm sorry. Oh, come on. There we go. I need someone to give me a sound check so I know how this is going because my sound is loud.
We had previously filed a motion limiting number 13 related to in objection to demeanor evidence. We heard that back in January. Your Honor has denied that motion with, in my notes, an indication that it was something we could raise again as an objection during trial. I would just like to review our objection to what we have described as demeanor evidence, essentially evidence and argument relating to that Mr. Taylor's demeanor, his reaction to traumatic situations is evidence of guilt. It has become apparent during this trial that a part of, maybe a significant part of the state's case is that Mr. Taylor's reaction to the situation, the contrast of his reaction to Ms. Jackson's reaction, is going to be part of their argument as evidence of guilt. It is our position that that is complex and potentially highly unreliable, and even under a 403 analysis, highly and substantially, more substantially prejudicial and probative evidence. We would ask that further instruction that evidence not be allowed in this case. And we'd just like to renew that objection.
Okay. Does the state have other witnesses that you think is relevant to ask them what Mr. Taylor's reaction to things were?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's that?
Well, it would be for one, the next witness, Sergeant Smith, as
Do you think the jury, do you think, asking this based on what Mr. Brandon's argument is, the state wants to argue at the end of the case that because of his reaction, he's guilty?
Your Honor, it's all part and parcel of the evidence in the case. A witness's observation of an individual.
Right. I mean, observations is one thing, but then looking at the motion they filed previously, lack of remorse, here he effed up. I mean, is that getting into lay opinions about psychological issues? I mean, everybody concludes it by saying that doesn't mean anything. Everybody acts differently. I'm just wondering about the relevancy versus prejudice. I'm okay with demeanor. I'm just saying, you then I can't, Mr. Grant, anticipate every question they're going to ask about that.
That's your job.
Just tell the state you had a number of witnesses reflect that, so just don't cross into conveying to the jury what that supposedly means. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, let the jury sit.
Okay, they're going to go ahead and bring the jury in. It is your job to try to predict what they're going to say and not say. That's part of your job, dude.
And who is the next witness?
Sergeant James Smith.
I'm gonna zoom. We got a long day ahead of us, a long night, so. Well, it's not as long as yesterday. Well, I guess it is. We'll zoom.
Sir, would you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
James Smith, James,
And by who are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
For nearly 13 years.
What are your current duties and
Sorry, y'all. He don't look that old.
assignments?
I'm currently a parole sergeant over at the East Precinct.
And how long have you been assigned to East Precinct as a patrol sergeant?
At East Precinct, sergeant, I've been there since 2025.
And during your career with the police department, what positions have you held and were assigned to?
I started off my career as a patrol officer, transferred to East Investigations as a detective for precinct level, and then a detective over the domestic violence division.
And how long were you a detective with the domestic violence division?
3.5 years.
In the month of February, particularly February 25th, 26th, and thereafter, of the year 2023, what was your assignment?
At domestic violence division.
What does that division do? What are its responsibilities?
Domestic violence division's primary objective is really to assist the victims through the criminal justice system or through advocacy centers with our partners in the community. As a detective, we would do preliminary investigations and follow-up investigations to assist the victims of domestic violence incidents.
And are there other such units in the police department?
Specialized units?
Specialized units?
Yes, sir.
And does the domestic violence unit encompass dealing with homicides?
We're not the primary investigation unit that's involved in the homicides, but we do assist the homicide unit.
Now, to direct your attention to the late evening or early morning hours, February the 25th and the 26th of 2023, were you assigned and were asked to respond to a call to the Vanderbilt University Emergency Department Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
You recall approximately when you were notified that your assistance was needed?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact time I was called. I know at some point a supervisor from domestic violence division contacted me between February 25th and 26th to respond out to an incident that occurred.
Was it nighttime?
Yes, it was.
Where were you when you received the call?
I was at home.
And, pardon me, were you on call?
I was on call.
And so you get dressed and
Yes.
Vanderbilt.
Yeah. On-call status in the sense of we typically have an hour to respond from the time we're called to respond to the incident scene or wherever it could be.
And with respect to responding, having information, did you have any general information of what the call was about?
Any general information was given to me by the patrol supervisor. Initially, when I received the phone call, very basic until making contact with primary officer on scene.
And so when you arrived, you recall approximately when it was you arrived at the Vanderbilt Medical Center?
It would be sometime after 11 p.m. or 11:30 p.m. that evening.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers of the Metropolitan Police Department present?
There was, at least I saw one. But yes.
You recall who that first officer you saw was?
It was Officer Lindsay Fish.
And was she essentially at that time in charge of the scene?
At Vanderbilt Hospital, she was on scene. She was my primary contact throughout this incident.
And were there other officers there eventually saw?
There were at least one that I might have seen, but I never made contact with those.
That's what I was going to ask. Did you ever have any interaction with anyone other than Officer Fish?
No, my primary contact was with Officer Fish.
Now, upon arriving, speaking of Officer Fish, were you directed to one or more individuals who might have information about the matter?
Yes, I was.
And when you initially arrived, did you speak to or see any physician, any doctor or nurse?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive information from that individual?
Yes.
And either initially or at some point did the name Jade Benning arise?
Yes, sir.
And did you initially see that individual?
I did.
And describe that to us if you could.
I typically try to make contact with the victim. At this point, the victim was on a higher level floor. He was intubated, unable to responsive. In a room that I could observe from outside. I never entered the room, but I was outside her vision.
And by observing her, was there any reason for you to go into the room at that time? Or try to interview her? Was she in any condition?
No, she wasn't.
After doing that, what was your next step?
After that, after my observation of the setting, I went back downstairs. I think my first contact or personal interview was actually with Ms. Jackson. Sorry if I pronounced her first name, but it was Ms. Jackson.
Exactly. I suppose that same issue. Where was Ms. Jackson when you first came in contact with her?
She was in the lobby area or in the near the front entrance or such, basically on the first floor of medical, that's ER area.
Just want to ask, upon seeing Ms. Benning, was she anyone you had ever seen before?
No, I haven't.
Ms. Jackson, have you ever seen her before?
No, I haven't.
Upon initially laying eyes on her, what were your observations? Could you describe how she appeared?
Ms. Jackson,
Ms. Jackson.
she appeared worried, concerned, I won't say frantic or anything, but in a state where, I mean, she had a friend that was in a condition that she was worried about.
Now, at that time, did you know whether or not Ms. Jackson had been interviewed or spoken to by any other officer?
I don't recall if anyone actually said they spoke to her, but I think she was asked Officer Fish if she could bring her to me.
Okay. And we get really more into what she told you. But did you speak with her and receive information from her?
I did.
And approximately how long was that interaction?
I give you the exact time, probably 20 minutes.
And based upon receiving that information from her, what did you do next?
After speaking to Ms. Jackson, I asked Officer Fish where she showed me where Mr. Blaise Taylor was, and I asked if he could come back and speak with me as well.
Did you come into contact with the individual whom you learned to be Blaise Taylor?
I did.
And is that individual here in the room today?
He is.
Could you please identify or describe what he is wearing, where he is sitting?
From my point of view, he's to my right. He's in a blue suit blazer with a tie, light blue, diamond striped jeans.
That's where he is indicated.
Okay.
Where was Mr. Taylor when you first saw him?
On my first arrival, I was seated near the front door, the entrance to the ER area, near the lobby.
Was there anyone with him?
No.
What, if anything, did he appear to be doing?
He was seated. He was on his cell phone.
Did you go over and introduce yourself?
Call if I introduce myself, or if I had him, Officer Fish, bring him to me to introduce myself.
I want to ask, you're here today in a coat and tie. Is that how you would in, or at least casual dress that night?
Typical response is just casual, which I would have either a blazer or a vest to cover, which my policy is to cover our badge and gun.
The reason I ask that is, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was not.
And is is there any reason for not having one as a detective?
Typically, my thought is that we don't wear typically a body-worn camera as a detective during this time, or at that time. Because typically uniforms and body-worn cameras deter people from talking to police. In the sense, it was plain clothes, business casual, vests, identified as officer or detective, but we usually have the audio recorder on us.
I was going to ask, do you have something, though, on your person to record interviews, conversations?
Yes, sir. A digital audio recorder.
But no video?
No video.
So, upon your initial interaction with Mr. Taylor, what, if anything, did you do and where did you go?
There was we went to a private room, I believe, Telford Chapel Services at Vanderbilt on the first floor. It's unlocked, but we entered there. That's where I spoke to Mr. Taylor.
Now, aside from Officer Fish and Ms. Jackson, perhaps some of the medical personnel, had you spoken to anyone else prior to interviewing Mr. Taylor?
Prior to Mr. Taylor, no.
And were you not aware that there were perhaps other individuals at the location concerned about Ms. Benning?
I didn't.
No.
Well, there's time. I can't recall the timeline. There were other individuals. I did speak to prior to Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benning's stepmother, and as well as over the phone her birth mother, and maybe brief interaction with some friends, but I don't think I actually spoke to them until after Mr. Taylor.
Our court's permission, this question, was that interview recorded?
With
Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, yes, it was.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that interview?
Yes, I have.
With perhaps the volume enhanced somewhat?
Yes, sir.
And have you also had an opportunity to review a transcript prepared from that recorded interview?
I did.
Or if I might ask
All right, shall let you.
that a copy of the transcript in this envelope be passed to the witness. Sergeant Smith, if you would open the envelope and see if that contains a tag on it that would indicate.
Yeah.
Just,
It says searching or Jason USB flash drive.
and the transcript has been handed. Have you reviewed that, and is that a fair, accurate transcription of what is on the USB?
Yes.
Those be introduced as the next one, exhibit number 9, number 8.
Yeah, 8, sorry, 8.
And would ask to publish the recorded interview and, of course, permission to have prepared, hopefully, sufficient copies for everyone.
All right, go ahead and pass those out there. Okay.
Okay, we got a sidebar. Oh, for those of you we were talking about the giraffe that escaped in the Central Texas Hill Country. A lot of people have been eyeing it. She had not been found. We thought she had been found, but despite the reports in the Hill Country and the dozens of, if not hundreds of AI-generated sightings shared by area residents and businesses, Gracie the giraffe is still missing and continuing her tour of the Hill Country. Cedar Hollow ranch manager Vicki Jones says Gracie may have circumvented the ranch high fence on the bluff and wandered away from there. Jones isn't concerned about Gracie going hungry or getting dehydrated because she's familiar with the foraging in South Texas and eats oak, mesquite, and acacia leaves. So, she's still missing, y'all. What a poor baby. Yeah, we actually have camels in Texas. It's called Camp Verde, and they use the camels, I think, in World War I. And we actually just down the road from me. It's kind of interesting. We have a lot of exotics around here. I'm gonna zoom.
What place now?
Yes, Your Honor, to be published.
All right, please do it. Like I said previously, if you hear something different from your recollection of what's being played, and you rely on that of the transcript. Okay.
Also, while we're doing that, I'm gonna give a shout out for those of you who follow the Roy Feek. His wife died years ago, 12 years ago, or actually 10 years ago after giving birth. And to their Down syndrome daughter, they were very famous country western gospel singers. Roy Feek's daughter, Indiana, or we call her Indy Feek, at 12 years of old with Down syndrome, has gone major open heart surgery. So keep her in your prayers. They went to put the IV in her arm, and they gave her numbing cream. And, Down syndrome really don't do well with medical. So really, she's a beautiful young lady. Keep them in your prayers.
you guys see each other maybe between 2 to 4 times a week. You're a whole girl. Honestly, no issues in that sense. All right. There was mention of bonding. Yes. So yeah, she grew up. That's when I told my dad. Okay. She said she was doing well. Where's she going? So, how many members are there? So she grew up on the bed. You guys had that chicken Alfredo. Did you have anything to drink? No, well, I guess probably don't. Have you guys had any recent arguments? No, I mean, that's the one we really don't argue. We get very well. Okay. But we don't want to work together. Since January, really, 10 years. Okay. Do you know she called this guy?
Okay, June, what's... Okay, let me pull up. Y'all are saying this is glitchy. June, I left you a message. I see that y'all are saying it's glitchy, so I'm gonna go pull up I'm gonna watch my actual feed, see what you're seeing, because on my end it looks fine. So let me see. Now the internet, I have warned y'all, the internet's not been that great lately. Ooh, I see what you mean. Okay, what I think I'm going to do, let me mark the time. Let me timestamp this. This is a 56. Okay, so I'm going to close down this feed and I'm going to restart the feed. Yeah, it's not glitchy on my end, so it's definitely on it's on the final product end. My apologies again. I've told y'all we've been having a lot of internet glitches. I have the best I can buy, the fastest internet I can buy. And so if it's glitchy, my apologies. 8:56. We'll do that. That's close enough. Let me get this up and running. My apologies. Thanks for asking. Now let me see how it looks on the final product.
What she got sick? Do you remember?
So wasn't feeling well. She was trying to she wanted to go down, and then she was like kind of she was just
I'm gonna pause for a second so I can see what I'm getting. Okay, I see that. Let me do this. I'm going to try. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and come off of Discord for a minute. I'm going to shut my Discord down. I'm going to shut down everything I don't need running. And we're going to make sure that see what's going on. Because like I said, my apologies. Kerrville has had shitty, horrible internet the last 2 days. So let's see if this works. If not, I may have to actually, I'm going to tell you what. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to recycle. Okay, hold on. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I told you I was going to be right back. Let's see if that helped. Let's play a little bit. My apologies.
I don't know if she wasn't really looking at me, but she was talking to me, and she was kind of talking to me. I'm sure it was like she just wasn't like, I don't know, she was just kind of I don't even know how to describe it, but she wasn't really looking this way, talking to me, and like, I don't know, when she was trying to get to her bed because she wants to lay down. So she taking less medication. Not that I know of. I do know I've been in contact with my mom, and so my mom told me that she did test positive for COVID. When she got here, I didn't know that she had COVID. We didn't know that she had COVID. Gotcha. So you just found out that she had COVID. So yeah, I just talked to her. Really stressed and just tired, and it's been I really don't do well with it.
I mean, everyone has a different, when it comes to, when it comes to like experience like this, people have different reactions and stuff. So some people don't understand, some people have certain reactions that, because they're just comparing to themselves. So there could be some, there's, you know, there's go through enough stuff that probably for a lot of people we have trauma and sense of what we respond to and such. But then, you know, my reaction was because I'm always opposite reaction. You know, we're usually calm, fools like in that sense. So it's just what's that? What's your phone number? 865-773-57. But you don't live with her.
No, sir. I do not. I stay at her place. I'm overnight. She stays at my place. But we don't live together.
Gotcha. That's what I pretty much got. But you, any reason you don't know any reason why she was trying to stay? If you were trying to harm her anyway.
So I think that joke was kind of like fun. I think she was kind of shocking. She's been very strong. I don't know who all that is. I feel like she just kind of irregular. But I'm like, I do
glass. It was clear glass. Yeah. Now, if I go to their apartment and get that glass, there's nothing going to be, and I run it through a lab, there's nothing going to be in that glass. Okay. It's going to go through everything. Just make sure. Blaise Taylor, boyfriend of the victim, today's date is 2/26/23, time is 02:40 hours.
You can pass those documents back.
Sergeant Smith, in the course of this interview, were you and Mr. Taylor standing, sitting, since we don't have the video, I was just going to ask.
We were sitting.
And the individual who came in the room briefly, you said was Ms. Benning's stepmother, that had been Miss Browning.
The individual that came in, that was speaking the female voice, that was actually Officer Fish.
Officer Fish, okay. Now, with respect to this interview and police involvement, initially you told Mr. Taylor that you're not being treated as a suspect or anything.
Yes.
And was he under arrest at that time?
No, he wasn't.
Was he in custody?
No, he wasn't.
And the reason I ask that is, from all of the TV shows, the first thing that happens is, oh, you have the right to remain silent. Is that required?
No, it's not.
And why not?
Typically, criminal activity is involved once you're placed on an arrest. To ask any questions involving that criminal act, you have to Mirandize them.
Was that the circumstance here?
No, it was not.
And in fact, when the interview, the discussion ended, Mr. Taylor could go back to.
He left freely to leave. He was, I don't know if he remained at the hospital, but I believe I left before even he did.
Did you at any time replace him in handcuffs or have him officially detained?
No, I did not.
As there is heard this and heard some questions you asked Mr. Taylor, were those questions as a result of your having interviewed Ms. Taylor? I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson, and having information from her.
Some of the questioning to Ms. Jackson was having Mr. Taylor's second interview were towards that with hers, yes.
In other words, questions were based on information you had.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Now, one of the things you said that asking about the glass, the apartment, and you said, I believe, I will go to the apartment.
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
And why or why not?
So to make entry into the apartment's residential habitation, it requires a search warrant. A search warrant doesn't end at my level as a detective. I have to go through my chain of command, which involves the supervisor, which would have been the domestic violence sergeant at the time. The information that was given to me provided their statements, and I think there was additional information that we had not secured that apartment yet. Officers were not at her apartment. There was information that people had been in the apartment, and because that I relay that information to my supervisor, it has to be approved. A search warrant has to be approved by a supervisor first, which at that time, shortly after, I was told that I would not be completing a search warrant that night.
And did you go to the apartment that night? Did you ever go to the apartment yourself?
I did not.
At some point, did the homicide unit become involved?
Thank you.
And what is the homicide unit? Just brief overview. What do they do that's different from what you did?
They're a specialized unit that typically just deal with the criminal homicides, any forms, first any type of homicide, as well as any possible or potential where a victim may perish or be deceased, that they would investigate those.
How long were you at Vanderbilt Medical Center? We know at 2:40 a.m., 2:40 is when the interview with Mr. Taylor ended, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What, if anything, did you do after that other than inquiring about a search warrant?
don't know, I can't recall how much longer I was there at Vanderbilt. After that, after required by the search warrant, it was denied. And then going back to the office, basically there's a procedure where we type up the narrative of what happened or what we did that night, which goes through my chain of command. So it was a couple hours before I even went home.
Before you left Vanderbilt Medical Center, did one or more homicide detectives arrive?
No, they did not arrive.
So when you left, was Officer Fish still there?
I believe so.
And did you speak to Mr. Taylor again before you left that morning?
I don't recall ever.
Or have any conversation with him since then until this day?
No, I did not.
Were there any one or more other individuals that you spoke to at the hospital, if you recall? Now you told us about Ms. Brown, the stepmother.
Mm-hmm. Besides Ms. Brown, there were several friends that had showed up. I only recall one name being Miss Lauren Weber. I briefly spoke to them, and they were she stated that she had to enter that apartment prior to police securing the scene or anything.
Did you receive any items of evidence or any personal property from anyone there at the scene?
She shared a photograph.
And did you share that ultimately with part of the case file that's been provided to
Yeah.
the defense counsel?
When homicide took over the investigation, it was provided to their unit.
And if you can recall, what was the photograph of?
I can recall it appeared to be a table and had a couple glasses, cups on them.
Prior to your, essentially, the case being turned over to the homicide unit, or perhaps even after it was, did you do anything else with respect to Ms. Benning at the hospital?
Yes. Once I was informed that homicide would be taking over the investigation, I was asked to assist them. This was the same day, I believe it was February 26th of 23, same day, a couple hours after the initial response, to assist them in the investigation as they would obtain a search warrant for the residence. And I was asked to type a draft for a search warrant for blood draw from Miss Benning.
And did you do that?
I did.
And was that done in reference with paperwork?
Yeah, again, with the search warrant itself, an affidavit was provided to my supervisors, the search warrant was approved. I went down to the night court to have a magistrate who granted the search warrant. From that point, I went to Vanderbilt Hospital, where Ms. Benning was a medical personnel, which either the nurse or doctor would take the vials, as 2 vials for the blood draw, provided them with a search warrant. They did the blood draws. The blood draws go to a property box that gets turned into a refrigerator in a property box for preservation.
Present to observe the blood draw.
I did.
And once the referred to 2 tubes, is that correct?
Yes.
And were those handed directly to you?
Yes, sir.
And packaged?
Yeah, I would package them, do a property sheet to turn into property, and then typically after, at some point, I was asked to do what is called search warrant return, which is basically stating a receipt of what actually I received from that search warrant was the 2 vials of blood, and then the judge had signed off that return, and then a copy of that return was given to homicide.
And is that standard operating procedure?
It is.
photographs being passed over to this council is reviewed. Sergeant Smith handed a collection of photographs. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
I have.
And you recognize what is contained, depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Robert has those being introduced as well. Exhibit 9. That's one. And be published to the jury, so I can ask Sergeant Smith about them.
You need the hard copy?
Oh, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, Sergeant Smith, you see on your screen, what is that a photograph of?
So it is it's a box that we use when we do blood draws. That's provided by usually a property or in this room. Top left-hand corner is my name. Division I was in the bureau. DVDs, domestic violence.
I know you're turned away from me. I was going to ask the name. We got
Yeah. So
division.
name, bureau, division, complaint number, or the incident number itself. This goes to our property and evidence department because it is blood. It gets the biohazard sticker on there.
Now, I don't think we've got to the point of asking about an incident number or complaint number.
Mhm.
What is the purpose of that, and how is that assigned to a matter?
Any call for service that we receive is assigned a complaint or incident number as for a report that we can basically attach it to a report that we can reference the case to.
And is reports, items of evidence, things that come in, are they all theoretically placed under that same complaint number?
Yes, they are.
Now, what is this photograph of? You referenced being a box.
So the boxes use the barcode itself. That's done by the property room. I wouldn't have done that, but the box itself is a white box that contains the 2 vials and paperwork that typically goes in with all blood draws. Majority of times you can see these. We would use these for DUI, search warrants, blood draws.
And
So the back of it is once everything is contained inside the box, it will be sealed. Those red or kind of tape, so they would seal it, and we have to notate our initials and the date that we basically had sealed it.
and it's 2/27/2023.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
What is this document?
So this is a Form 110. It is a property sheet. As you see in the top right, there's a barcode. Any property receives a barcode that basically can be categorized with our property evidence. The middle section would have typically the owner or victim information, basically whose property it belongs to. The last section on here shows property being the box of blood alcohol toxicology evidence collection kit, which would involve the 2 vials of blood, but it's one complete kit itself.
Under the same complaint number?
Yes, sir. So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
You
yeah.
referenced a few moments ago that it's a standard one that's used for commonly DUI arrests.
yes,
And so is the form also commonly used for that?
yes.
And this form,
This form is included with the blood kit itself. As you see, requesting individual information would be myself, incident number, date, time, or event. If there's any charges, who the Miss Benning's name's on there as the subject that we were drawing the blood from, her information, date was collected, time collected, and by who is done by medical staff. Since it's not a breath alcohol result or like an actual DUI, those things are not checked or NA. And then it would be signed off by me. And since I collected it and I submitted it, I signed off as spinning evidence. Then the bottom part would be done by our crime lab.
and this photograph,
Those would be the 2 vials of blood that was drawn from Miss Benning.
ones that were handed to you. And
Yes, by
placed in
medical.
the box by you.
After the blood draw, and then they were handed to me after they were placed. I believe there's a label, and then under, I think the properties. The first barcode itself, I believe that's the crime lab property room, and then there's a label underneath that I put on there, or signs, or my name, her information.
And just a different view of
Yeah.
the same use. expression.
Okay.
And once that box is delivered to the property room, and once it delivers to the property room,
So for withdrawals, typically it has to go to a refrigerated property box. There's one at our DCSO's booking. It was dropped off there. It goes into there's a refrigerator, there's a box, a lock box that we can't have access to. Only property units have access to it, which we drop it in, and once it's in there, it's locked up until they collect it.
and again, standard procedure. After you placed it in the lockbox, did you have any other contact with that
Yeah, I
box? Fumes of blood or anything at all to do with it again?
No, sir.
No monitor? Those were exhibit, collected photos, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sure that's right number.
Robert, what number did you say?
No,
Yeah, thank you.
And there's no letters attached to this, right?
Beg your
There's
pardon?
no letters, it's just 911.
She'll mark them.
Sure.
A3E or whatever they are. You have
But they are in that order.
You are. Okay.
That's, all questions I have.
All right, questions we have from Mr. Taylor.
Maybe have exhibits, state exhibits 9, 8, and D, as well as state exhibit 1, 8, and B. Those are- Detective James, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Edward Jointer. People call me Ed. I'm going to be asking you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
If at any time you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase.
Yes, sir.
I want to try to reorientate myself to some of your investigative actions. Okay?
Okay.
So, did you interview Ms. Andrea Browning before or after Mr. Taylor?
Ms. Browning, it'll be before.
And I just wanted to clear that up because on the right, I thought you said you interviewed Mr. Taylor before you interviewed Mrs. Browning.
Yeah, I think when DA asked if I interviewed anybody before, I think initially I might have said no, but then I recalled saying I spoke to her stepmother, her mother briefly on the phone, and then Ms. Jackson prior to Mr. Taylor.
So how many people did you speak to before you spoke with Mr. Taylor?
It would have been her, Ms. Benning's mother's on the phone, and Ms. Jackson, besides Officer Fish and medical personnel.
And do you recall when you were speaking to Mrs. Bennett's stepmother, Mrs. Brown, that you told her that it was you all's intention to go to Ms. Jade Benning's home?
I don't recall. I don't know. I don't believe I actually have a recording of that interaction.
Would you like a transcript of that recording with the age you in your testimony today?
Yeah.
One second.
In this day and age, I don't know why they don't have everything recorded. In all honesty, my boss even has regular glasses that have cameras. Man, she records. She can record anything. She doesn't record us, but you know what I mean. I don't think there's any excuse for not having things documented or recorded, in my humble of opinions. Not in this day and age. Oh, don't you start acting up, Internet.
And if you would pay special attention to page 7, second, indention from the bottom. opportunity to reflect, Mom, that you all will go to her apartment?
Based off of this transcript, yeah.
I now want to turn your attention to, did you make a report in this matter?
What do you mean?
Like a report, did you generate like an office report, like a supplement, like a statement?
I did not generate the actual report. The only supplement that I would have done is an email that went through up to my janitor.
And do you recall in that email, you stating that Hermitage Patrol to secure the scene of 522 Lebanon Pike?
Yes.
And that's important, correct? To secure a scene?
If there was to find any evidence.
Right. And just so the jury is clear, you talked about a search warrant.
Yes.
And you had talked about some of the protocols and procedures to secure a search warrant.
Yes.
Those same protocols and procedures do not exist to secure a scene, does it? In fact, a lot of times, a patrolman will secure a scene in anticipation of a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in your line of work, it's not uncommon for you to request a scene be secured, is it?
No.
Because you want to preserve the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you want to avoid contamination, correct?
Correct.
And so, on direct examination, you talked about how you interviewed a Lauren Weber.
Yes.
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was a friend of Miss Nigella Jackson and Miss Benning?
Yes.
Did you also learn that Lauren Weber had entered into the apartment?
Yes.
And do you recall in that email that you sent to the state, you described the scene as contaminated?
I did.
And that's because they went into the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. Now, Detective Smith, you say you've been with the department for 13 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you recognize either of these individuals that are in this photo?
I do not. I do not. I can't see their faces.
And if you observe this, you see this black strip at the top of this photo?
Yes.
And then you see this black strip at the bottom of this photo?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be cropped to you? The photo itself?
Possible. I don't know how it's scanned or.
But either way, you agreed with me that the scene was contaminated because they entered into the scene and removed items.
That's how I said it to my supervisor.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 1B. What would you describe this to be right here, if you consider that for the jury? That blue, what would you describe that?
Believed to be a comforter or blanket.
And did you learn throughout your investigation that Ms. Benning had vomited on the bed?
Yeah, statements from Mr. Taylor, yes.
And you would agree with me that if there's evidence of vomit on that comforter, that that is in fact evidence?
Yes.
And it would be relevant to an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And it's definitely something you would want to preserve?
Yes, sir.
Why?
If we had done a search warrant for, or if I had done a search warrant for the resident itself, it's basically to collect any evidence towards the allegations that had been stated to prove if there's anything. If the vomit, as he said, if she vomit, is basically to collect the comforter, get the vomit, run through the crime lab to see if there's anything within the vomit itself.
I want to now show you State's Exhibit number 9A.
Mm-hmm.
And you just testified that if you would have done it, you would have did it a certain way in reference to State's Exhibit 1B, correct?
Yes.
You stated that you would have followed protocols and procedures, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't have anything to do with the collection of any evidence from the home, did you?
No, sir.
Because that scene was contaminated and that wasn't a part of your duties, correct?
Well, it seems I advised my supervisor was contaminated and search warrant was denied on my part. And then when homicide took it over, they're the ones that completed a search warrant for the residents.
And so, to my question, you didn't do anything with the evidence at the home, correct?
No, sir.
So that doesn't have anything to do with you, does it?
No, sir.
And like you stated, if that you would have been involved, you would have followed all protocols and procedures that are related to collecting the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And so now I want to turn you to what you were involved in. You did collect these blood samples.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, can you circle that orange thing right there? Can you tell us what that is?
The biohazard sticker.
And what does that mean?
Basically, any bodily fluids, blood that transfer anything. Basically, it's a safety precaution to show that this is what's in their box.
Detective James Smith, is vomit a bodily fluid?
Yes.
Now, the date of the collection on that was February 27th,
Yes.
2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you were asked to get a blood drawn on 2/27/2023 when the medical episode happened 2 days prior?
Basically, the 25th occurred, 27th or 26th occurred, go back out. I was asked to assist homicide. During that time between assistant coming back to the office, assisting homicide, getting a search warrant, going down to night court to get with the magistrate to obtain the blood, and once I received the blood and stuff, I would also, by the time I got the blood and turned it in, it was, I don't have the time, I'll have to see the form would show the time, but I believe it was, at that time it was February 27th when I turned it in.
And just so we're clear, what is the reason it was collected on the 27th and not the 25th?
Initially, how I initially responded, Vanderbilt collects their own blood. So they had their own sample, which I believe homicide had subpoenaed, did search warrant on that. When homicide took over this initial investigation from me, they asked me to collect it, to write up a search warrant to collect her blood samples. I believe it was 26, but it was late evening by the time I was back in the office assisting them doing that search warrant, and then by the time getting the search warrant granted and going collecting it, I would assume it would be the early mornings of 27.
Okay. And to be clear, you were not the first officer on the scene, correct?
No, it wasn't.
There was multiple officers that was there before you, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to orientate us back to Vanderbilt. You're there and you're interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Ms. Browning, Mrs. Benning's stepmother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Ms. Jade Jackson's in your interviews with her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Mr. Blaise Taylor in your interview with him, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to a Lauren Weber.
Yes, sir.
Did you record your interview with Lauren Weber?
No, I did not.
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was the individual one of the individuals who went into the house after Ms. Benning had a medical episode?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that best practices would suggest that you recorded that interview?
It would, but there was a brief interaction, and they briefly told me that they obviously weren't witnesses to the incident or scene, or they did not go to dinner and such, and then just stated that they had been there, had collected some personal property of Ms. Benning.
Did you inventory that personal property?
No, they had handed, I believe that's what the property was handed to, I believe the stepmom.
Oh, okay.
Some property was handed because they did not have that property.
You get your water?
Yeah.
I'll take a moment. Good.
Mm-hmm.
So, you learned that Lauren Weber took some photographs, or a photo.
Yeah.
Do you have that photo?
I do not.
What happened to it?
If any photo would have been handed to homicide, or it would have been it should have been put into our computer, or it would have been in the case file, or I don't have it personally.
Do you recall how that photograph was given to you?
Call?
Yeah.
Possibly airdrop me?
And would it have been airdropped on your personal phone or your work phone?
Should have work phone.
Do you have a work phone?
I do not.
Detective Smith, is any case ever personal to you?
Personal?
Yes.
We are.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean personal?
By personal, I mean when you're working, you're operating in a professional capacity. It's not personal, it's a professional capacity.
So what is your question?
My question is, was there anything different about this case than any other case that you have conducted that would have made it personal to you?
No, sir.
Now, at some point, you learned that this could have been the result of a possible poisoning or drug. correct?
Yes.
And as a law enforcement officer for the past 13 years, have you ever encountered any overdose cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware that over 3/4 of the overdose deaths in Nashville was for fentanyl in 2023?
How do we against that? Do you know any statistics on deaths in Nashville about that?
No, I don't.
You don't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when you had the opportunity to interview Mr. Taylor, you stated that you
Okay, I see that June is telling me the stream is frozen. I don't know why. Well, I do know. Internet, I've already called. We've already talked to him. We've got internet issues. It's very much a hit and miss in this area right now. I'm going to check my live and see. Okay, it looks like it's running again. What the heck is that? That was weird.
were in plain clothes,
Yes.
but he knew he was a police officer.
Yes.
And on direct examination, you asked him to step into a private room.
Yes, sir.
Did he comply with that?
Yes, sir.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
At one point, he described himself as adrenaline, and you said, I can see.
Do you have a copy of the transcript that says that?
Yes, it's the one the state handed you. Did you give it back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Do you happen to have the page?
Sure, let me orientate you to page 13 at the very top.
What's your question?
Good.
Yeah.
At some point, you told Mr. Taylor that you could see that he was shocked or in shock.
All it says is ICI. So I'm not sure if it's referencing to him being shocked or what it's referencing to.
But you would agree with me that it immediately follows after he says, I just feel like I'm in shock.
It does.
And your reply is, I see.
It doesn't follow after that, and it says IC, comma, I, and then it's cut off.
I want to talk to you outside of what Ms. Najee Jackson told you. Did you find any reason why Mr. Taylor would want to be involved in any type of crime at all?
Say that again?
Objective relevance of opinion.
My question was specifically, Your Honor, about evidence. Did he find any evidence?
You already let the attorney step up. All right, I'll sustain it, Jeff.
Detective Smith, do you still have a copy of the transcript?
Yes, sir.
I want to orientate you to page 14, line 9.
Yes, sir.
You stated there about the importance of doing due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
That's important in every criminal case, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's certainly important in this. No further questions.
There's two. Who's the next one?
Next witness is Jennifer Barrett. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Jennifer Barrett,
And Ms. Barrett, where are you employed?
the Department of Emergency Communications.
What is your position? in the
Where's
Department
my
of Emergency
captioning?
Communications?
I'm the custodian of records.
And can you describe as part of your duties, does that involve any calls to 911 or police dispatch?
Yes, both.
And can you describe when someone places a 911 call, what type of records are generated by the Department of Emergency Communications?
Well, when the phone call was taken, the call taker will
Sorry, I gotta back up just a
Jennifer
second.
Barrett,
And Ms. Barrett, where are you employed?
the Department of Emergency Communications.
What is your position in the Department of Emergency Communications?
I'm the custodian of records.
And can you describe as part of your duties, does that involve any calls to 911 or police dispatch?
Yes, both.
And can you describe when someone places a 911 call, what type of records are generated by the Department of Emergency Communications?
Well, when the phone call was taken, the call taker will create a CAD report, is what we call it, with all the information in there.
And that information that would go into a CAD report, is that information inputted by the person who's answering the 911 call?
Yes,
And is it based off of the dispatcher's conversation on the phone with whoever's called into 911?
yes, they get the information from the caller.
And are those calls recorded?
Yes,
And are they specific to a timestamp where that is recorded as part of the call?
yes,
And anything in the CAD report that is different than what's in the actual audio of the call, would the audio be what you rely on
yes,
versus anything that's a typed note?
yes.
Did you specifically review the Department of Emergency Communication records for any calls placed to 911 specific to this particular case?
Yes,
And specifically, did you pull and review a phone call made at 29, 38, and 58 seconds on February 25th of 2023?
yes,
And I have that audio on a thumb drive, if I can ask that that be handed to this witness, along with a copy of the transcript. Ms. Barrett, did you actually review that 911 audio?
I listened to it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to admit the audio on the thumb drive as well as the transcript. I should have 7 copies and 2 stacks for the jury.
Okay. Exhibit 10. Or again, ladies and gentlemen, the audio will be, both of the transcripts to assist you. If there's any differences in the two, you have to rely on what you recall hearing.
May I have the actual thumb drive?
Saturday, February 25, 2023, 21:38 and 58 seconds.
Michael, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm not sure if I'm bouncing. I can have a second out and I think she's having a allergic reaction.
Let's see, I guess I'll go to the no way to find her.
I don't know. It's an apartment complex.
Is there the mail with her? With the account?
I'm looking around. I'm just gonna make that I'm looking around. I don't know what's going on. I think she did. Give me 1 second.
Okay, are you on the call tonight, or are you on look up here?
Lebanon. Yeah, Lebanon. It's apartment 107.
What is it? Is it 1540 Lebanon Way?
I don't know. Not Burger King. I do know that. Let me look. I'm going to the apartment so that they get the at the condo slash apartment. Yeah, so I'm going to find.
Okay, is there Bethel in the corner there, sir?
Is there a what?
Is Bethel in the corner?
I'm not sure. Then I'm going to, Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Heights, Ontario.
1522?
Yes. Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Heights.
So the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's at the elder, is that correct?
I don't know, I think she's having a allergic reaction. We were eating cookies and painting, and then she said she was a fingers, and I went back to the room.
And what's the issue disconnected while you're up there? What's the callback number gets me disconnected?
This number right here.
Is it even on the 573-5738?
Yes.
Okay, how old is she?
23, 24.
Okay, is she awake right now?
Yes.
Okay, and she would have, think she's got allergic reaction to food?
I don't know, we have to talk to her. I don't know what she's done, if she's done anything today or anything, but it was fine, and then I don't know what's happening. So we got 600 out of office, she's shaking.
So you think possibly reaction to not enough food, is that correct?
I think so, I don't know. I don't think she's allergic to anything, I don't know. I don't think she is or not.
It could be an allergic reaction. So are you next door, cancer?
Yes.
Does she hear you pretty normally?
Yeah.
Okay, does she have any difficulty swallowing?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Okay. Is she awake? Any questions?
Yeah, she's awake.
Okay. So can you just gently roll her onto her side right now?
Yeah, she's on the side.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because if she's having like vomiting else that's going on right now, so you just keep her on her side right now. If you can finger squeeze, only what you can see if her face is down. Okay. And you can wipe her mouth, okay? Hello, sir? Hello?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. Can you ask, is she able to answer if she's having difficulty swallowing or feeling any swelling in her lips or throat or face, anything like that?
No.
Is she looking for
I think one of my friends is on the way.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
Oh,
Is there anything else I should be doing?
okay. And then, does she have an EpiPen?
I think you have anything? Do you have anything? I don't think so. She's not responding.
Okay, great. And one of the, so other than her just feeling kind of weak and passing out, does she have any other symptoms right now?
No, she's pretty relaxed. She's laying on the side.
Okay. Okay, does she appear to have any rash or eyes anywhere on her body that you can see?
Not that I can see. I don't see anything on her legs or on her arms, so she was fine.
Okay. And does her condition look to be getting worse?
I don't think so. I don't really know how to tell.
Okay, no, it's like, does it see that with the reaction on the rash eyes? It'll be redness, her dental task is getting worse, or breathing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Okay. All right, so very
drink up on the way. So just okay. So first I just stay on the line, like, what do I do? So I'm just gonna give you these instructions. So do you need me to take the line with you until the paramedics first, sir? Well, is there anything else I have to be doing? I don't think just got down. I think there's nothing else. Yeah, so I don't know. If it's a cheese, so right now, she's awakened. Yeah, so we're grabbing, she's moving air freely. She's not struggling to breathe or wheezing or gunning or anything like that. No, that's actually throwing up some. Yeah, so you can wipe her down. Okay, I guess. Okay. Is she really moving air? Does it look like she's really moving air? Yeah, she's breathing. Yeah. Okay. So we're just gonna keep her on her left side right now. We're just trying to keep her comfortable right there, okay? Okay. All right. So just right now, nothing for the ear drink. Just keep her in that comfortable position right now. Just have her medication test with her med, and she has any with her. Make sure you touch her. I don't know if she has any medication. No, keep her. And then just get the door to let the fire in. And if you look around, see there's people now. I just want to make sure, because the building that you're describing has two separate addresses. So I want to make sure they're one separate. I don't think she got a mailbox. It's not like it's an apartment, so it's not, but I think it's more of a PO box. I don't know if she keeps her mail. I don't know if you're a few times. I'm not sure. Are you in the, it looks like based on what you're describing, is it like the main large building or the smaller one? I would guess the main larger one. I mean, there's multiple floors, multiple colors. Okay, so it looks like on the map I'm looking at, it looks like 1540 is for the large building, and 1522 or 1532 is the small ones that are right next to the street. You're the big one? Yeah, I would guess. Yeah. Okay. This is where. Okay. So all I want you to do is continue to monitor or bring a local sponsor for any changes. So if anything else changes, call us back. But they're on the way up to 5040, but not money, over in Urbanese. And she's in apartment 107, cross street to Spencer Way, it's been playing at the Ontario, okay? Yes, okay. All right, so if anything changes before they arrive, give us a call back. Yeah, it should be right up there so that they can fix. Okay. All right. I think I'm here on. Okay, that was it. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, you're welcome. All right.
Why don't you pass those documents?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Barrett, is that the only call that came in to 911 from that scene?
From that scene, yes.
Were there subsequent calls that came in that were not anyone calling from that location or at that time?
Yes.
And were all three of those calls placed to ECC by somebody at Funeral Hospital?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett.
Good morning.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not you on that call, right?
No.
So you're not the actual 911 operator, you work for emergency communications, right?
Yes.
So your role here is to kind of review the calls and pull the ones that are relevant to the case.
Yes.
So there's a whole kind of team of people that kind of handle the numerous calls that come in at any sort of night.
Yes.
And they're trained, and answer this if you can, they're trained as to how to handle calls, how to deal with people in emergency situations. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I don't know, maybe you can help me or tell the jury, they're trained with either strips or with very specific training as to how to walk through emergency situations?
They have 6 weeks worth of class to learn the computer and how to talk to people. However, they got 3 months of on-the-job training with a trainer sitting next to them listening to their calls to help them know how to deal with things in an emergency situation.
And I've got to imagine that these calls run a very wide range of kinds of things that people call 911 for.
Yes.
And anything from medical emergencies to, shootings to everything in the middle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so the people handling 911 calls have trainings on how to deal with all sorts of different calls. Is that right?
Yes.
They have trainings on how to deal with all kinds of, maybe the right word is temperament, or all kinds of reactions, or whatever the kind of state that the person on the other end is in.
The on-the-job trainer can help them when it comes up. Maybe they haven't experienced it yet. So if they experience it, the trainer can coach them in what they need to do and say.
Okay. sometimes, I guess, is it fair that maybe almost no two calls are the same, that almost every call is different?
Yes.
Is that fair? So you indicated that you pulled several calls related to this incident, is that right?
Yes.
Was this call that we just listened to the very first call that was made related to this incident?
Yes.
So in terms of the timeline, this was the earliest in time that was made related to the incident.
Yes.
And it was the only call that was made from that actual location.
Yes.
Now, I can't remember the exact address, like 1522 Lebanon Pike, is that right? Is that right?
As far as I can remember, yes.
As far as you remember,
Yeah.
that's fair, I appreciate that. And we just heard the call and read the transcript. During that call, the individual calling, who's been identified as Mr. Taylor, provides some information and is sort of walked through some kind of instructions. Is that kind of fair?
Yes.
And based on sort of your review of other cases and lots of other calls, is that conversation fairly consistent with 911 call training?
Yes.
Early in that call, the initial report is Mr. Taylor indicates that he thinks his friend is having an allergic reaction. That's kind of right at the beginning, right?
Yes.
And at some point, the call operator says, so it's the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose.
Yes.
So something like that, where a call operator says, hey, I hear what you're saying, but he or she changes on their own that it might be an overdose. Is that part of the training?
No.
So is there a circumstance where a call operator may listen to what's being described and say, this doesn't sound like an allergic reaction, it sounds like...
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Okay, which you're asking her her opinion about what the operator was saying?
No, I'll clarify the question. I'm asking about training. Is it part of call operator training that they might listen to symptoms as described by someone calling and say, I'm going to change either in the CAD or dispatch what type of call this is?
No.
Do you know why in this call? And if you don't,
She wouldn't know why.
Okay. So, based on this call, well, let me ask this question. Does emergency communications maintain a separate CAD report from the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Yes.
So you have like your own CAD that generates information that's provided to dispatch?
Yes.
And so those reports have to be requested from emergency communications?
I'm sorry, say again.
To get those reports, those have to be requested from emergency communications?
Yes.
As opposed to when police are dispatched, those are requested from the police department?
Yes.
And those indicate the communications between emergency and the fire department or the EMS?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Go ahead.
Can you redirect? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, please do the jury. If you'll step down the floor, we'll take a short moment.
Okay, I'm going to stop for a quick minute. Oh, y'all, I have to take my midterm. I'm taking it now. 40 questions, multiple choice. Yes, I'm in college, doing my master's program. And do you know what? got all excited because work was telling us in a video meeting today that they were reminding, especially the new people, that they do have a tuition reimbursement fund. However, it has to be a degree that benefits your position, and I don't think criminal justice benefits my position. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I was hoping. Okay, we're going to zoom.
Yeah, any constitutional issue that wasn't brought up during trial.
Can y'all hear okay? I got it full blast.
And who would the next state's witness be?
Olashuga?
Part will take 15 minutes to not.
Okay, I don't know how to spell that name, so I'm not going to pre-do it. So we're going to go zoom, 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 zoom.
Explain. Ms. Benning,
University of Michael Ochoa.
and could you please
Okay, here we go. I'm so happy to have you here, but sorry I'm quiet. I got to take a test. I don't want to be taking it at midnight. I just took a quiz and got 100.
You'll raise your right hand.
Excuse me. Hi, welcome, guys. Thanks for joining.
Good morning, Doctor. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Ochoa.
And could you please spell your last name for the record?
Olushoga.
And where are you currently employed?
At Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
And how long have you been employed there?
I started my employment in August 2022.
What is your position at Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
I am an assistant professor in clinical emergency medicine.
And what do your duties include as an assistant professor of emergency? Did you say medicine?
Yes, ma'am, emergency medicine. So, again, a staff of the emergency department, and also we're responsible for clinical teaching of residents and medical students.
And as part of those duties, are you a doctor that treats patients that arrive at Vanderbilt's emergency department?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, how long have you been in that position?
So I graduated residency in June of 2021, I've been practicing as a board certified emergency medicine provider since then. But I did a residency at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, so I got my MD in 2018.
And what is your educational background before you became an MD?
Okay, I thought he was a PhD. Now he sounds like more of an MD. Can y'all tell me?
I went to, I have my Bachelor's of Science and Biology from Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee.
And are you board certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you hold any other certifications?
No, just in emergency medicine.
MD.
How many patients would you say that you've treated in the emergency department?
I can't put an exact number on it, but I mean, on average shift, I'm seeing 2.3 patients an hour, and my average is around 9 to 12 hours, so I can't put an exact number on it, but I'm probably in the thousands at this point.
At this time, I would offer Dr. Olashuga as an expert in emergency medicine.
Okay. All right, let's go
I think the spelling's right, but if not, that's the best I could understand.
to the jury. Dr. Olashuga will be allowed to give an expert opinion based on his training and experience that a lay witness would be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon his testimony as you choose to. Okay.
Dr. Olashuga, could you please describe when you're working in the emergency department and a patient comes in, how does it get assigned to a doctor to treat that patient?
It depends on bed availability mostly, especially if every emergency department is different. But in our emergency department,
Maybe.
if you're very critical and need a bed, whatever's available and what's open is what you're given. Yeah, essentially.
And is it just, are you the only person there, or is there a treatment team that's in place?
There, at Vanderbilt, we have different teams. So we have a total of 4. There's Team Nash, Team Parton, Team Lawson, and Team Lewis. And 2 teams on the APOD and BPOD. The APOD, which I was working, it was Nash and Lewis. Yeah. And the BPOD is the other one, Parton and Lawson.
And were you working in your position on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, I was in the Nash team overnight shift.
And did you treat a specific patient, Miss Jade Benning?
Yes.
And in preparation for testifying in this trial, have you reviewed her medical records?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I would ask that the witness be handed 2 large binders.
Okay.
Dr. Olashuga, have you been able to review the records that are in the 2 binders that were just handed to you?
Yes.
And did you verify that those are the medical records of Jade Benning from Vanderbilt University Medical Center and her admission that began the night of February 25th, 2023 until March 6th of 2023?
Yes.
And is it approximately 1,331 pages of medical records?
Yes, I'm seeing 1,327, but yes.
1,327.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the 2 volumes of medical records be named the next summared exhibit, but I would ask this witness be allowed to retain the exhibit for reference during this
Okay, we'll
testimony.
mark them when we're finished with exhibit G.
Dr. Olashioga, if you need to reference a particular page of the medical record in order to answer the questions, please feel free to do so. Can you please describe Jade Tristan Benning? What was your first interaction with her? Did you see her as a patient and or did you receive information about her prior to her arrival to your emergency department?
So I did receive information prior to our arrival. We have an EMS radio that's located on the APOD I was working. And from my recollection, the EMS crew, they typically call in, especially if there's an emergency or even if they have any questions about a case. And I just remember that they said they had a young female who was in cardiac arrest, and they had tried some acute cardiovascular life-saving stuff, but weren't able to get a return to spontaneous circulation, and that they'll be here in a few minutes. So when I heard that,
I stop you right there. Can you explain what a return of spontaneous circulation is?
Yeah, so that's usually abbreviated as ROSC, but that essentially is when a patient is able to have a heartbeat, essentially, or function of something, of some sort. Typically, it's a heartbeat, a pulse, a cardiac rhythm, a blood pressure, vital signs. Those are all signs of life, so return of spontaneous circulation.
And you said that you had information that EMTs were attempting to get that ROSC back.
Yes.
Were they able to prior to Ms. Benning entering your emergency department?
Not from my initial assessment of the patient. She was still clinically dead upon arrival to the ER.
And I'm sorry, did you say she was clinically dead?
Yeah, like from my clinical assessment, there were no signs of life upon arrival to the emergency department.
And when she arrived, can you describe kind of what was she on?
From what I remember, she went to one of our resuscitation bays, T4. She was still on the EMS stretcher receiving CPR. She was, like from my exam, unresponsive. Pupils were fixed and dilated, no spontaneous respirations. She had a supraglottic airway in place, the eye gel, so they were breathing for her and they were doing chest compression on her.
And can you explain kind of what does that mean when someone's pupils are fixed and dilated? Medically, what does that tell you about their condition?
It's concerning that there is significant neurologic damage. Your pupils constrict on their own. That's not something that you do purposely. So when that reflex is gone, that's a concern that there's been significant neurologic damage and also that person is not alive.
And can you describe, I guess, like her physical temperature?
She was cool. Her skin was cool. She was also mottled, like kind of cyanotic, which means she was kind of blue, which are all signs of hypoxia, which means lack of oxygen. But all clinical signs pointing that she was dead.
She'd been dead for a while. She'd been dead for a hot minute.
Did you have any information as to whether or not Ms. Benning was pregnant or not pregnant?
So that information did come across the radio as well, that she was pregnant, but they did not know how many weeks she was.
They knew she was pregnant, but they didn't know how far along.
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell just by looking at her that she was pregnant?
I could tell only by palpating her stomach that she had. Essentially, you can feel the fundus of her uterus, which is the top of her uterus. And why that's important is it has to be above the umbilicus, which is your belly button, which tells me she's roughly greater than 20 weeks. It's not an accurate measurement, but that's what we're talking about this for.
I like him.
And kind of going back to what you said, that her pupils were fixed and dilated, and that was indicative of significant neurological damage. Do you have a full assessment of her neurological capabilities at that point on admission, or is that something that you learn more about as you're treating?
You learn more about it as you're treating, because essentially when somebody comes in and dead, you do a quick assessment because the priority is maintaining perfusion, which is chest compressions, making sure that blood's going to the brain, vital organs, and in this case, the fetus, as you continue to resuscitate.
And your assessment of the fetus at that kind of initial stage, what's being done at that point when she first presents to the ER?
So other than just confirming that she was pregnant, not much. When we did know that she possibly could be pregnant, I did call what we call OBET call. We have a OB response team at Vanderbilt, and they were at the bedside in the event that we were able to achieve ROSC. They could also intervene.
And what treatment did you provide to Ms. Benning?
So after she arrived to the emergency department, we continued high quality chest compressions. She was transitioned from the EMS stretcher to our ER stretcher. Chest compressions were continued, medications were ordered per our ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiovascular Life Support Protocol, and we were able to achieve ROSC, which returned spontaneous circulation. She had a pulse. She was then intubated, and after intubation, we essentially got the OB team to evaluate her fetus as we were getting better access, that means better IVs and blood pressure monitoring. And then we then went to CT scan because we were able to get a pulse back, and we were able to admit her to the ICU.
Can you describe, you said that Ms. Benning was intubated. Can you describe what does that mean to intubate a patient?
So when you intubate a patient, essentially you're protecting their airway, meaning you're breathing for them, you're putting the patient on a ventilator. The reason you would do that is because the patient's not breathing for themselves. So essentially you are creating a definitive airway so that oxygen can be delivered and carbon dioxide can be exchanged for the patient.
And can you describe typically when you intubate a patient, I guess, what's the process of how that procedure is done?
Typically, when you intubate a patient who is alive and breathing, you usually administer medications to assist with the intubation, medications that can either basically help them become more comfortable, so that you can pass this tube, because intubation is passing a pretty large tube in their airway in order to facilitate gas exchange on the vent and oxygen delivery. That's the typical process for an intubation.
And did you administer medications when you intubated Ms. Benning?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Again, from her neurologic exam, she appeared to be basically neurologically devastated. I mean, she didn't need anything because she had no cough, no gag. So essentially, she's not really, the likelihood of her feeling any pain or discomfort is very low. So she was intubated without any medicines.
Did you think that you would achieve a ROSC on Ms. Benning?
Honestly, no. I was very shocked that we were able to get ROSC on this patient.
And once you were able to have that return of spontaneous circulation with Ms. Benning and she had a heart rate, were you able to see what the baby's heart rate?
Yes, but it was that was done by our OB colleagues, which were already at the bedside. They did a ultrasound and were able to give me a estimated gestational age. But one of their concerns was that the fetus, the heart rate was very low. It's called bradycardia, which is very concerning, and essentially the likelihood of this fetus, continuing to develop was very low. So after I got that clinical information, that then gave me the, basically allowed me to say, hey, let's get some more CT scans. Typically we avoid imaging in pregnant patients because it can affect the development of the fetus, but knowing that this fetus, the likelihood of this, being what we call viable, we were able to get more information, more scans on the patient.
And the treatment involving Ms. Benning, at any point did you talk to anyone that had any additional information to explain why she came to the emergency room in the condition that she did?
I do remember that during, this process of resuscitation, our social worker was able to reach out to family members that showed up to the emergency department. I do remember who I spoke to specifically, but there was some mention of possible poisoning by a family member, and that was mentioned, and I do remember that.
And is that something that was mentioned directly to you, or was it provided to you by a social worker or someone else in the hospital?
It was mentioned to me, from what I can recall. But again, the events of that night but I do remember hearing it specifically from a family member.
And what, if anything, did you do based off of that information?
Again, I reviewed the records.
It looks like we had already, labs are already ordered by the resident. I did go back and add some other things, but it looks like the urine drug screen was already ordered, so I didn't have to add that, but I might have added another blood gas. But yeah.
And Dr. Olashuk, you said that a urine drug screen was ordered.
Mhm.
If you turn to page 66 of the medical record, were there other specimens that were collected, specifically was any of your blood collected?
Page 66. I do see, yeah, there's like a blood gas.
And I think it might actually be 65 and 66.
Yeah.
It goes into both pages.
Yes, yes. Yes, there's actually a slew of labs that were ordered, yes.
And what was the collection time for that blood sample?
2230 and 2231 is what I'm seeing here.
And so there's a 2231 blood, is that correct?
Yes.
I think it was, I guess, order placed at 2230 and the collection time is 2231.
Yes.
And was there also urine that was collected?
Yes.
And is that documented with its specific time?
Yes, urine was collected at 22, looks like 2258.
Is that the order and then it's 2259 for the
Yes.
specimen collection?
Yeah, and the specimen was collected at 2259.
And would that be the urine that initial drug screen was run on?
I believe so, yes.
And can you describe, what do you know about that initial drug screen in the ER? Is it testing for anything and everything, or what type of testing is that?
So the urine drug screen that we typically get in ER is a finite amount of substances, but essentially it's testing for like metabolites in the urine. Yeah, so somebody might have ingested something or using sort of drug to test for those metabolites. I have the list if you'd like it specifically. I have the results here.
Did it come back positive?
No, it came back all negative.
And can you describe, you have this woman, she's 24, almost 25 years old, and she presents to your emergency department in full cardiac arrest, and you said that she was clinically dead. Is that something commonly seen?
Not in that age group, not usually young pregnant women, no.
And can you describe, based off of, you said that the baby had a low heart rate. Was it a little bit low, or was it kind of extraordinarily low?
So the normal fetal heart rate, and what we've been taught from my recollection in medicals, was usually 110 to 160. I think I remember the OB team mentioning that the heart rate was somewhere in the 30s, so it was really, really low.
And have you ever treated a patient that came in under these circumstances where it's a young woman that's pregnant, healthy, full cardiac arrest, and people are saying she's been poisoned?
Not in my career.
I can just 1 moment. Dr. Olashuk, did you continue to treat Ms. Jade Benning, or what was kind of the totality of the involvement in her treatment?
Once we were able to establish that she had a blood pressure, labs were rolling in, and we got CT scans. I quickly reviewed the CT scans, and we reached out to the intensive care unit immediately because she was critically ill, and essentially we did our best to get her to the ICU as soon as possible so she can get the rest of her post-ROS care.
And would you have been the person that would treat her during the time that she was in intensive care unit?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a single photograph.
Okay.
Oh, also. Dr. Olashuk, do you recognize what is in that image?
Yeah, it's a vial of blood used for our lab draws.
And do you recognize certain identifying pieces of information on that specific blood draw tube?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that image be entered as an exhibit exhibit.
I would object to coming in from this particular witness, and take a witness on word on.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead with that, just so that.
But I don't have any objection to having it marked for IT.
Okay,
But I would have more questions of this witness.
all right, go
Dr. Olashuga, could you describe specifically, and I need the witness to have the picture back.
Your Honor, I would object to a witness testifying to something that has not been entered into evidence.
Okay, well, you have questions?
I have specific questions of the specific things on the label that he recognized from Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Okay, all right, he can show that, he can see.
May I take the witness on board, please, Your Honor?
Sure.
Doctor, is it Olashuga?
Yeah.
Dr. Olashuga, were you the individual who in fact collected that
No,
blood?
I did not collect that blood sample.
Were you the individual who labeled that blood?
No, not the individual who labeled blood.
Prior to looking at this particular photograph, had you ever seen that vial of blood before?
That specific vial of blood? No, not necessarily, no, ma'am.
And so do you have any personal knowledge whatsoever in regards to that particular vial of blood?
That particular vial of blood? No.
Again, Your Honor.
So what are you wanting to ask if he doesn't know what that valve is?
I would simply like him
It's
to
like
explain,
or common.
I would simply like for him to explain what his stat name is, because there is
Okay,
information
we
on
can do
there.
that without the photos. Go ahead.
Spicy.
You viewed that photo, correct?
Yes.
Here we
Can
go.
you describe, did it look familiar to you?
Yeah, it looks familiar to me.
I would object to this witness testifying to a photo that is not
Yep.
in the evidence.
Are photos taken of blood valves?
You mean, I guess what's the, specifically, I'm not sure.
Have you ever seen a photo like this before?
Not a photo, but I've seen blood vials.
Okay. What is your next question?
Does it contain Ms. Benning's medical record number on the file? Do you
Yes.
recognize that?
Your Honor, I
She
object.
can't, do you know her medical record number?
It's written right here on the, yeah.
Okay. All right, let him see the photo.
Thank you, Your Honor, I have a ruling in regards to my objection.
You can look at the photo and see if that's the same medical record. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Your
May
Honor.
I have a ruling to that, Your Honor?
I think you can do that.
Is that overruled?
Go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize Ms. Benning's medical record number from the medical records you have in front of you? Is it also printed on that vial of blood?
Yes.
And you just testified to a collection time of 2/25/23 at 22:31. Do you also recognize that very specific date and time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object again to that line of question.
Are you going to call a witness that lets us know who collected this?
It's in the medical records who collected it, but
Or are you going to call another witness about this photo?
I am. I'm going to
Okay.
call Dr. Carney.
Okay.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
What's your question that you want to ask this witness?
Dr. Olashoga, there is a stat name on that label. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Have a seat.
May I have a ruling, sir?
Have a seat. Go ahead.
What
Whoa.
that means?
Yeah, stat names are basically John Doe or Jane Doe names we give patients who are arriving to the emergency department. It allowed, because in a medical center, errors happen, and the way we prevent those errors is allowing the same system to happen every single time. So we arrive patients under the stat name so that we can place orders, because nothing gets done in the hospital without orders being put in by a provider or by anybody taking care of the patient.
Did you give Ms. Benning a stat name?
I'm not responsible for giving the stat names, but our flow nurse gives the stat names.
So what's your next question?
Dr. Olashoga, do you know whether or not Ms. Benning was given a stat name during her ED visit?
And it's in my note as well. If you can look at the page 56, when patients are given a stat name, their whole chart reads their stat name until they're matched.
What stat name was she given?
Stat February, Mayonet, VUH.
What?
Stat-
I didn't hear what you said. You will speak up.
Mayonet, VUH, stat February.
Mayonet. What was the rest of it?
Stat February.
Ooh, the judge is snippy.
Just a couple, Your Honor. Are all of the specimen collections from Ms. Benning, are they documented in the medical record?
Yes, from what I reviewed, they're all documented in the medical record.
Thank you. And can you turn to page 562 of the medical record? I believe it's in binder number 1.
I'm there.
And do you see that there is an entry for fentanyl on 2/25/23 at 23:27?
Yes.
And are you aware whether or not that fentanyl was administered to Ms. Benning?
It looks like it was not administered. I was aware that it was wasted by the provider.
And so that was not given to her, correct?
It was not given to her.
Can you turn to page 727, which is in binder number 2?
I'm there.
And there is an entry related to fentanyl, and it indicates a date and time of 2/26/23 at 0041.
Yes.
Is that when Ms. Benning was first dispensed and also administered fentanyl?
Yes, according to the medical record, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Elisha. Got any other questions?
Good morning, Dr. Oshaka. I didn't introduce myself before, but I am Letitia Quinones-Hollins, and I just have very few questions for you. I want to first draw your attention in regards to what you stated as it relates to the fentanyl, so that we're clear. I think you testified that it was not first administered in the hospital until when?
I testified that, according to the medical record, she did not receive fentanyl in the emergency department until February 26, 2023, at 0041. That's when it was ordered, it looks like.
That's when it was ordered?
Yeah, and it was started at February 26, 23rd, 0045.
Was that ordered by you?
It was not ordered by me. It was ordered by it looks like a provider, Paul Francois.
Thank you. I want to now draw your attention to page 117. And specifically, I would like to draw your attention down to the bottom where it states recommendations. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And particularly, I would like to draw your attention to line 4 under recommendations. Could you read that for the jury, please?
Yes, it says recommend contacting police to conduct drug facilitated crime testing since no chain of custody testing available at UBUNT.
Do you know what that means?
Nope, I do not.
So, but you just stated that the record just says you would recommend that police to conduct drug facilitated crime testing because UNC has no chain of custody.
This is a note by another provider, but that's what I read, yes, ma'am.
And it's a note by another provider, just like the note that you previously read in regards to the fentanyl being administered?
No, that is that's the medical record. So that's the medicines given. That's different than this. This is a provider note.
Do you know who the provider is that provided that?
Yeah, it says here is Dr. Bucalari.
Do you know who Dr. Bucalari is?
I've spoken to her over the phone. She's one of the toxicologists in Tennessee. So if you ever have a toxic, you have to talk to the Poison Control Center. So I've spoken to her over the phone regarding another patient in another case.
Does she work for the UNC?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I just know I've called her a toxicologist. I called.
Had you called her in this particular case?
Nope.
Did you not have any reason to call her in this particular case?
Not necessarily, because I don't know what I was dealing with. You know.
So is that enough?
No, not yet. Yeah, no.
Okay. I would now like to draw your attention, if I may, to page 132. And you see where it states hospital course?
Yes.
And within that paragraph under hospital course, I believe it says per EMS report, she was found in PEA arrest and CPR was initiated for approximately 30 minutes prior to arrival. She received 4 rounds of epi and ROCS was achieved in Vanderbilt. And I think you just described to the jury what ROSC means, I'm sorry. And could you tell us one more time exactly what is ROSC?
Again, ROS, return spontaneous circulation, is when the patient gets a heartbeat or signs of life.
And so it says it still remains unclear if patient was found in PEA arrest or if she went into PEA arrest during transport. There have been discrepancies in multiple histories. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Do you know whether or not that issue was ever resolved?
No, and because again, this is after I saw her in the emergency department, so I have no bearing on what's written by the ICU.
Okay, so you can't answer that question.
I can't.
Thank you. I would now like to draw your attention to page 410.
I'm there.
Could you help explain to the jury on 410 where it says comprehensive cardiac NGS panel inconclusive?
Again, I'm not familiar with that lab. Again, this is not something I'll order from the emergency department.
So you can't help us with that either?
No, ma'am, unfortunately, I can't.
Could you tell the jury what is cardiac NGS panel?
Again, I cannot explain that. I don't order that routinely from the emergency department.
So you don't know what a cardiac NGS panel is?
I do not know what a cardiac NGS panel is.
And then if you look down a little further, it says testing performed by, then it says 123 Cerner, the UMC Cerner lab. But then the valid date range says 11/23 of 21 through present. That would have been about a year and a half prior to this date. Do you know why that would state a date a year and a half prior?
I do not know why that would read that way.
And is that related to some lab at the UMC?
I wouldn't be able to give you any information on that. Fortunately, it's not something I'm familiar with.
So you don't know what the UMC Cerner lab is?
Frankly, no, I don't.
Thank you.
Don't ask him to testify outside his area of
Now, you
expertise,
stated
please.
that the baby was not viable, is that right?
I stated that after a conversation with the OB provider, they deemed that this pregnancy would not be viable.
Do you know then, can I ask you or draw your attention to page 126?
He's one smart little dude, and he ain't little. I like him. Hope y'all are doing okay. Wake up.
I'm there.
And would you take a moment to read 126, starting from the first paragraph there where it says they have heard? And you don't have to read it on that. I just want to ask you a question in regards to it. I think it's unfair if I don't give you the opportunity to read it.
Thank you.
Do you see there where the OBGYN team ultimately had to contact the ethics service?
Yes.
Have you ever in your career had to contact ethics when you are performing medical services?
Yes.
And for what purpose would that be?
Typically is when there's usually difficult end-of-life conversations that need to happen, and when there's not like when there's like not a will or a designated power of attorney. Sometimes I would have to call ethics to help me delineate what's the right thing to do, or what's the lawful thing to do.
And do you see there that there were several conversations that were had in regards to life-saving measures for the fetus?
Yes.
And do you also see that there were apparently decisions made that, given the circumstances, there was an expressed desire to not get a C-section or anything of the sort to attempt to save the fetus?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see in the document, in the record here, that there was a decision made by the next of kin or the representative for Ms. Benning for there not to be any life-saving measures for the fetus?
Again, what I do see here and what I'm reading is that there was a decision that was made that was consistent. It says as what they will feel Jade would make for herself based on chart and documentation prior conversations. That's what I'm saying here.
And that's the reason why the decision made. But my question was, do you see that there was a decision made?
Yeah, I mean, it seems that what I do see is that there was a conversation here with the provider, with the family about a possible decision to do a C-section, and looks like they chose not to. That's what I'm saying here.
And then you
Well, but why would you do a C-section when you already know that the fetal is non-viable? She was she was basically DOA when the paramedics showed up, and they were able to medically get a heartbeat, but she didn't have any brain activity, and the fetus going that long without any kind of oxygen. And if I remember correctly from what we've learned earlier, the fetus had passed away some days before they even removed life support on the mother. So why at that point would you want to do a C-section to deliver an unalive fetus on an unalive brain dead woman? For what purpose? I'm sorry, this lawyer's pissing me off.
that as a result of that, BUNC contacted clinical ethics services.
I couldn't say as a result of, but I do see in this documentation here that there was a discussion that was had with ethics. I can't say that was because of that. I can't make that connection myself.
But you agree with me that it's directly related in regards to this paragraph talking about the child in that decision?
Yeah, that is a possibility, yeah.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Taylor was ever consulted in regards to the decision regarding that fetus?
Again, I work in the emergency department. I was not privy to any of this care after the emergency department.
Do you see within, if you'll go back to page 125, right above consultation, you'll see that the mother's surrogate decision maker was Bridget, which is Jade's mother. Father and step parents were present for this consultation and shared decision making. Do you see Blaise Taylor's name anywhere there for the decision making?
No, ma'am, I do not read that in the chart.
Okay. You had stated, if I could just have a minute. And I'm going to mess up the name, that's why I'm trying to find it, but perhaps you can help me. Are you familiar with the specific drug named Succinylcholine? It is a drug that is utilized to help with intubation.
Could you spell it out for me?
SUCC.
Oh, Succinylcholine, yeah.
Thank you, Succinylcholine.
Yeah.
I'm always happy because names are challenging. Do you know whether or not that was utilized in order to assist in the intubation of Ms. Benning?
No, she did not get that medicine in the ear.
It is your testimony that she did not receive that medication?
To my knowledge, no.
Is it to your knowledge or is it your testimony that she did not?
It's my testimony that she did not.
And the reason that I asked is because you had stated earlier that there was no need, I think you stated, for.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only reason, tell us why you would utilize that medication.
Again, typically patients who are alive and breathing, they usually still have reflexes because their brain stem is intact. So even if someone's alive and breathing and unconscious and you need to, protect their airway with an intubation, if you were to insert a blade into their mouth in order to lift up the tongue and epiglottis to look at the vocal cords to insert the tube, they'll gag, cough, there'll be vomit, and it will obscure your airway. So typically what you do is you give an induction agent and a paralytic. Usually etomidate is an induction agent, succinylcholine is a paralytic, in order to make sure that they can tolerate the procedure. But again, she did not have any signs of life, was neurologically devastated, she had no cough, no gag, no pupillary reflex. She was intubated without any medications.
She's brain dead, people. Leave the body alone. Let her rest in peace. One of the things is that I have sat there when someone was pregnant and the fetus was deceased within the woman, and both were deceased from a bad car wreck. And the family, I wasn't there when they did it, but the family had the fetus removed so it could be buried in the casket with her. Bo, leave the fetus in the belly. It's going to be buried with her anyway. I just guess they wanted to see it. Maybe it brought them some peace, but I cringe at the thought of doing that to her, to a mama who both of them have deceased. I mean, they're gone, but still, it just doesn't feel right. What do y'all think? Just feels icky.
You have it in front of you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Doctor. And Dr. Olashaga, I want to take you to the section where it says narrative. On the first page.
Yes, I see it.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Then I would like for you to go down to 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down.
Okay.
And specifically to start at the sentence, the patient's boyfriend. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please read that sentence for the jury?
Okay. It says the patient's boyfriend stated the patient was 4 months pregnant. No other medical information was obtainable.
You can stop there. Thank you. And do you see that this is in fact a report from NFD, Nashville Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see the name of the individual who authored this report?
I see
Crew member.
Andrea Agrawal. Okay.
And so you see there where it actually states that the boyfriend, in this case who would be Mr. Taylor, actually did tell the fire department just how pregnant Miss Benning was, according to the statement.
He's just read it, so he didn't know anything else.
Thank you. And then, if you would turn the page, sir. And doctor, if you could look under where it says vitals.
Yes.
And do you see the section where it says CO2?
Yes.
What is that?
So end-tidal CO2 is another, basically it's another, I wouldn't call it a vital sign, but it's an indication of the quality of your chest compressions. Basically, again, you breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon dioxide. So if you're doing good quality chest compressions, your end-tidal CO2 should be high because you're breathing out carbon dioxide. If you're doing terrible chest compressions, it'll be low, which means that you're not doing a good job circulating oxygen with your compression. So that's another marker of how good is your resuscitation, how good are your chest compressions. And also if you have like an airway, because if it's super high, could it be that your airway is in the stomach and it's picking up gas from the stomach? So it's just a marker of how good is your resuscitation.
Meaning how good you're breathing, how good oxygen is coming in, correct?
Not how good oxygen is coming in, how good are your, and in this case, if it's used appropriately, how good are you circulating oxygen? Are you picking up that CO2 with your, once you're doing your bagging? Like how good is the CO2 coming off?
Okay, you say the CO2 coming off of what?
Usually the end-tidal is connected to the BVM, or the bag that they use in the bag, the patient. So it's connected to the tube that's going into her throat. Yeah.
But these are things that are measured on Miss Benning's, would you agree?
This is, it depends, and Angela, if you know differently, correct me. I do know that there are different kinds, and the one I remember is an older one. It looks like an oxygen round dial with a little thing with numbers, and when you're squeezing, pumping in and out on the bag, as the carbon monoxide goes into the mask, it can measure the carbon, and then you squeeze it in and out. So that needle is monitoring how much carbon is coming out of the chest while you're doing the life-saving measures. If you're not pushing deep enough and frequently enough, the carbon's going to build up in the lungs. My education.
That's what it appears to be from this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I was educated on.
Document,
And if you look at those numbers, specifically the numbers 69, 70, 113, 99, 100, 93, 93, 86, and 80. Those would be good quality numbers, would you agree?
They're high, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I want to talk to you about someone's, specifically Ms. Benning. If she was described as having the ability to say things like, you put something in my drink. Nye, Keontae. In other words, she's pronouncing words. Some of them labored, some of them not. if a person is able to talk, would you agree with me that they would have to be coherent?
Not necessarily, because drunk people can talk and they're not coherent sometimes.
Well, maybe I'm not saying that right. If a person is able to enunciate words, would you equate that to someone who is dead?
No, typically not.
Would you equate that to someone who is completely non-responsive?
No, if they're able to enunciate words, I would not equate that with that.
Would you equate that to someone who is able to breathe?
Actually, yeah, some people who are not able to speak are still able to breathe. Yeah.
But someone who is able to speak surely is able to breathe.
Yeah, typically, yeah.
Yep.
And that's all I have for you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to fix that, boo.
Dr. Olashuga, I'm going to kind of start with the last thing that she talked to you about and go backwards. Can you go to page 562?
I'm there.
And Ms. Collins was asking you, or page 562, that's the page that we referenced with the 2327 on 22523 fentanyl that Nurse Elizabeth Smith that was dispensed, but it was not administered.
Yes, it looks like it was wasted, yes.
And can you turn to page 567?
I'm there.
And on page 567, is there an entry for the medication that Ms. Collins was asking you about?
Yeah, I see it.
And is that time the same time as when the fentanyl was not administered?
No, it says this was administered, this was ordered at 2/26/23 at 12:15 a.m. is when it was ordered, and the fentanyl looks like it was the day before, so 2/25/23 at 11:27 p.m.
Okay, so those are two separate things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
The
so,
question said the medicine Ms. Hollins asked about.
yes,
Why don't you be clear what that is?
SUCCINYLCHOLINE. And how do you pronounce that again?
Succinylcholine.
Thank you. And so that was administered at a much later time at 2/26/0015, correct?
Yes.
And also, if you look down to entries, there are entries for fentanyl, which coincide with when the fentanyl was actually administered to Ms. Benning. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you did not order those medications, correct?
No.
And so if they were administered after she went to the ICU, is that surprising to you?
No, it's not surprising.
And if you can go to page 125 and 126.
I'm sorry, I have to say it. This looks like a glorified implant. A glitterly implant with balls and the little water. Somebody asked me, friend of mine at work, she watched the live last night. She asked me what I was playing with. It looked like an implant. It's a little one.
I'm here.
She saw this.
And can you look at, it begins on 125 and then the consultation number 2. It gives.
Thanks, honey.
Can you just read that silently to yourself?
How are y'all doing? They went almost 10 and a half hours today, y'all. We're not going to be able to do that. That would put me almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and I just can't do that.
And you weren't involved in that neonatal consult, correct?
No, I was not.
At the top of page 126, there's a reference that multiple providers have advised the family that sustained a anoxic injury given the arrest's impact on mother's neurological status, and they agree with that concern. The doctor said, I agree with that concern. And they say we do know the fetus appears to have been affected by the peri-arrest fetal heart rate in the 40s.
Yes.
And on your direct testimony, when I was asking you questions, you said that because the fetuses.
Yep, she's reading in.
Can you explain what you know about the fetus's heart rate being as low as you described?
What I do know is that when you have a low heart rate, especially in a fetus, that is not that means the chance of viability of that pregnancy is low. So that means that the fetus is going to have a lot of issues and it's not going to make it.
And that note indicates that multiple providers are saying that, correct?
Okay, believe it or not, we need questions.
And I'm gonna also object to this particular doctor opining on fetus, when he stated before that he had nothing to do with.
Okay, well, you can recross if you want to. What is your question?
I don't
Woo!
have questions regarding this issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Olajuga, can you go to page 59 of the medical record?
I'm there.
And can you describe what time did Ms. Benning arrive in your emergency department?
At 22:06.
And can you describe specifically when you intubated her?
She was intubated upon arrival, so around 22:06 as well.
And so that is what time she got to the emergency department, correct?
Yes. Usually there might be a little lag just because of nursing, charting and stuff, but that's yes around that time.
So 22:06, 22:07.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
I wish I had a cat with claws and that sound.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanna take you back to page 126.
I'm there.
If you go down to the first paragraph, line 8, starting with I offered,
Yeah.
could you read that sentence to the jury, please?
Yeah.
Is this him saying this?
It's a record that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Is this him saying this?
No, it is not. Can you please read that?
It is, you made it an exhibit, so you have him read anything you want.
I didn't object to
Is
it.
this asking about an opinion that you were objecting to?
No, it's not asking about an opinion, it's asking about a position and an offer that is a record, that is an exhibit, that is in evidence.
I get that.
Could you just read that sentence, please?
Okay, it says, I offered intervention in the form of delivery resuscitation with the goal of having an opportunity to evaluate Peanut for potential impact, and they have felt that intubation resuscitation could cause unnecessary suffering. They feel.
Thank you.
Oh,
And
she
then
didn't want
you
that.
stated on direct examination that subsequent clothing, did I
We're
say
gonna go back. We're gonna go back.
I didn't object to her.
Is this asking about
Wanna
an
hear-
opinion that you were objecting to?
No, it's
I'm sorry, y'all. I want to hear that again.
not asking about an opinion, it's asking about a position and an offer that is a record, that is an exhibit, that is in evidence. that
I
I'm
get
asking.
that.
Could you just read that sentence, please?
Okay, it says, I offered intervention in the form of delivery resuscitation with the goal of having an opportunity to evaluate Peanut for potential impact, and they have felt that intubation resuscitation could cause unnecessary suffering.
Thank you. And then
So what he's saying there is he offered for delivery and possible, tried to intubate and resuscitate, but they felt it would cause unnecessary suffering. The family did opt for them not to remove the fetus. That I'm very grateful for.
You stated.
But I don't understand, sorry, why they're making such a big deal out of this particular part. I'm not following or tracking, and if I may have missed something with my hearing, y'all tell me what I missed, because I did take an exam. Why are they harping on this? There's so much more that they could be diving in on. I feel like they've got some missed opportunities here.
On direct examination that succinylcholine clothing, did I say that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You stated that it wasn't given to her at all on direct examination, did you not?
Yes, for intubation. I did not give that medicine.
No, I didn't ask if you gave it. I asked, was it given? And you said no.
I said, to my knowledge, it wasn't given for my intubation.
I thought I clarified if it was to your knowledge or if it was given at all.
Do you have another question, or you want to argue?
That was, that medication was given, wasn't it?
According to the medical record, it was given and it was prescribed by another provider. Again, I had nothing to do with that.
And again, can you tell us what succinylcholine is?
It's a paralytic.
And it is utilized for what?
It's utilized for multiple things, but in my prescription, I usually use it for intubations. But it's used for other things. Sometimes it can be used when patients are having trouble ventilating. So if you're on a ventilator and you're moving or jerking, sometimes it can be given for that, or it can even be given for like CT scan. Because if you need a CT scan, you need to be still. So sometimes they do that as well. But there are multiple reasons for the medication.
And they did that for my sister Jennifer when she was in the hospital, and they had to do the CT, and she was moving all over the place. She was very agitated, and they were trying to figure out why is she that agitated. So they gave her that medication. I remember that.
Still, if a person is not responsive and in a coma, aren't they still?
Not necessarily. You can also have you can have like seizures, especially after a cardiac arrest when you have a neurologic injury. It's not uncommon that patients have a lot of seizures. So yeah, they can have seizures.
So are you stating to this jury that that's why this medication was given at this time?
No, ma'am. I'm saying to the jury that succinylcholine has multiple uses.
Can you see there why it was given?
I do not see here why it was given specifically, no, ma'am.
So you can't say that it wasn't given for intubation?
I can say it wasn't given for intubation because I did the intubation and we did not give her any medicines for intubation.
Good.
And it's a one-time procedure. It's not something that happens again because the tube's in her throat. So it's not taken out and put it back in again.
But it is a paralytic?
Yes, succinylcholine is a paralytic.
Okay, and it is to help patients not to feel something?
Nope, it's to help the procedure, again, it's to paralyze the muscles. In the case of intubation, it can be used for that, but there are multiple uses for succinylcholine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize if I can just one brief follow-up. Dr. Alicia, can you turn to page 119?
I'm here.
Midway through the page of 119, there's a blue line that says history, and underneath that it has a reason for consult.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain, do you know what that reason for consult is?
It reads myoclonic jerks and anoxic brain injury. There is a reason for consult.
Can you describe what is the myoclonic jerk?
Yeah, so like myoclonic jerk is essentially like it's like, best way I can describe it is it's just an involuntary movement of like your extremity typically, but it can happen anywhere. You can have it in your face, you can have it as an involuntary jerking motion. Yeah.
And is that one of the reasons?
And I'm stopping. I want to explain something. She asked a question about, well, if someone's in a coma, they wouldn't be moving. My sister was in a coma and she was rolling all over that bed. We had to all but restrain her. And just because they're unconscious in the brain does not mean their body's not responding to discomfort, pain, and other things that's going on. Hence why they use that medication in order for her to be still for the CT, but also to give her body some relief from all the rocking and rolling. It was violent.
That they might get that medication.
Yeah, yeah, especially if the jerks are uncontrollable. Sometimes you have to paralyze the patient, unfortunately. But yeah, especially you want to do like an EEG, which is like encephalogram, where they check for any seizure-like activity, which is very common after cardiac arrest. They try to do further evaluation as the quality of the brain and all that stuff.
Thank you.
One last question.
Can you tell this jury that that is why some clothing was given to Ms. Benning?
I cannot. I don't know why I was given.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thanks. So you can leave all of that there and we'll get.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have a break for lunch. Remember what I said about the definitions, not discussing the case before we need an opinion about it. We'll get back here at 1:20, so keep that down the hall. Okay, you have a seat. Who the next witness be? Trying to anticipate things, asking this because of what's already been asked. Can either side explain to me whether the family's decision not to have a C-section is relevant?
No, Your Honor, I do not think so.
If I may, Mr. Taylor is charged with causing the death of the fetus as well. So anything that could affect the fetus's viability and or
You're going to
life.
argue to this jury that the fetus may have lived if it had a C-section.
I don't know what the evidence is going to come out to be.
I'm talking about, that's your purpose for asking that.
That was the purpose for me asking the question.
Sometimes I give advice to lawyers, but I won't hear in this case. Sorry, we'll be in a lunch recess. Going to the lunch recess.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I had to go to ladies' room. Let me buzz. We are in lunch, and we're going to come back with this woman. Who is it? Oh, I got to get my ears back. Oh. Sorry, guys. Sometimes we have to do a comfort break. Y'all hanging in there with me? Okay, let me read the comments. Angela, I feel that's because he is charged with the baby as well as with the mom. Defense will try to say, how can they charge because they weren't? Oh, okay. I got it. Wow. No, the judge is not happy. Yeah. This is getting interesting, and a lot of people are missing some good court. Ooh, that's hot all of a sudden. Did they turn the microphones up? Wow.
And I met I
don't know who that is. Oh my gosh, y'all. So let me zoom.
That was not Jade, it wasn't.
Okay, well,
I don't know anything about it.
this witness has no connection to Adderall.
I'm trying to catch the beginning of that. They're not picking up the full conversations. The mic is turning on late and the camera is moving late, and they're in the middle of a sentence when they turn it on. My apologies, but that's what's happening.
Judge, yesterday, defense counsel wanted to ask a witness, or I guess she brought up in cross about the message that was sent to a Lauren about Adderall.
That was not Jade, it wasn't.
Okay, well,
I don't know anything about it.
this witness has no connection to Adderall. I just wanted to make sure that this Lauren is not associated with any text message about Adderall.
Well, Ms. Hollins has already said she doesn't think that text message is relevant to inquire of Ms. Jackson anyway. That's who you're talking about. Sure, she said. Lauren Weber.
Yes, Your Honor.
She
So, Angela, I agree with your comment. I've been able to read, but then I just want to say I agree. I think that the defense is trying to say, hey, you could have done the C-section and see if the baby was viable or not. You didn't exceed all efforts. And thus, how can you blame him with Red Room when you did not do everything in your power to ensure that the fetal was non-viable? I agree with that, but I don't agree with them. I agree with your comment.
All right, just step up and raise your right hand.
Do you swear the testimony you're not to give you speak the truth?
Pretty shirt.
Good afternoon, Ms. Weber. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Lauren Weber,
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Weber.
And Ms. Weber, do you live in the Nashville area?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived here?
My whole life.
And at some point, did you meet Miss Jade Benning?
I did.
When was it that you first met Jade Benning?
We were friends roughly a little over a year. She moved to Nashville and ended up working for my brother's restaurant, and we became fast friends.
And what restaurant was your brother's?
Ernest Barn Hideaway.
And was your brother a single owner, or did he have a co-owner?
He had a co-owner.
And who was that co-owner?
It was actually Jade's uncle, Jay, excuse me.
And when did you first start working at Ernest Hideaway?
I began working there, I want to say it was 2023, roughly. I was there for about 3.5 years. I'm not sure the exact date.
Were you there before Jade started working there?
Yes.
Okay. And did Jade start working there in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have been working there in 2022 at least?
Yes, that's correct, sorry.
And what was your position at the restaurant?
I was the assistant general manager.
How much time would you say that you spent with Jade Benning on a weekly basis?
We spent a lot of time together at work. After work, we would go get food together, so we spent a lot of time together throughout the week.
Did you guys ever actually travel together?
We did.
How many trips did you go on with Jade?
We took one trip.
And can you describe what was Jade's position at the restaurant?
She was a chef in the kitchen.
And about how many people worked at the restaurant?
I would say roughly 20 to 25 people.
And can you describe Jade's kind of demeanor within the restaurant and the other employees? Was she well liked, or what was your perception?
She was definitely well liked by everyone. She was someone that could sense if you were having a rough day. She would make you smile, and we would do the same for her. She was just a light. Everyone truly loved Jade.
Did she confide in you personal things that had nothing to do with work?
She would. Sometimes also about work, but yes.
And at any point, did you learn that Jade had met Blaise Taylor?
Yes.
And do you recall, when did you first learn about that?
It was in the winter months. She had just mentioned him to me, and then eventually I did meet him.
Do you remember exactly when you met him?
Not the exact date, no.
Can you describe that encounter?
We had gone to a bar that was downtown. It was raining outside. We went up to the bar and I met him, and there was not much communication. It was just more of a nice to meet you, and then kind of didn't have much else other conversation.
And did you see him with Jade again after that?
No.
At some point, did you learn that Jade had become pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you learn about that?
Jade called me and she told me.
And do you know how long Jade had known she was pregnant?
She called me as soon as she found out. She hadn't known very long.
And I want to ask a couple of questions about before that day. So before the day that she found out she was pregnant, did you know Jade to drink alcohol?
Occasionally, yes.
Did you know her to ever get drunk?
Occasionally, yes.
Is she someone that you knew to drink every day excessively?
Absolutely not.
Did you know her to do any other types of substances?
Yes.
And what did you know her to do?
Smoke marijuana.
Did you know her to do cocaine ever?
No.
Are you sure about that?
100% sure.
And can you describe, after that day that she told you she was pregnant, did Jade's behavior change in any way?
It did.
Did you ever see her drink again?
I did not.
Did you ever see her or even hear about her smoking marijuana again?
No, ma'am.
And did you have any knowledge of if Jade would connect people with someone to get drugs for them, but not for herself?
Yes.
And was that other people in the restaurant?
Yes.
Can you describe kind of those weeks after she found out she was pregnant? Obviously, the day of might have been shocking, but can you describe her demeanor kind of in those next few weeks in November?
She just knew what was ahead of her, and she was turned over. She was positive. She was going home after work. She was getting her apartment ready. She just wanted to be a mom, and she was ready to be a mom, and was still the amazing person that she's always been. But she definitely, I'll see you later, I'm not going anywhere with you guys. Like, she didn't do anything that she shouldn't have been doing while she was pregnant.
And did you ever go to her apartment that she was living in kind of at the end of 2022?
Yes.
And did you ever go to the new apartment that she moved to in 2023?
Once, yes.
And did you talk to her about the things that she was doing to plan for the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe, after she told you she was pregnant, did you hear her talk about Blaise Taylor or see him in that kind of November, December timeframe?
Yes, she let me know that she was going to talk with him and let him know that she was pregnant, and pretty much all that I was ever really told in regards to it, because it just kind of, nothing much else was said.
Did you know whether or not he was involved with Jade in the pregnancy?
Yes.
And what did you know about that?
I knew that they had been together, and of course Jade confided in me, so I knew that they had had sex. So,
which I guess I'm asking, after she found out she was pregnant, you said she went and talked to him. Did he continue to be involved with Jade after that?
Yes, yes.
And what do you know about the contact that they had after kind of that beginning of November into December?
I just knew that they were in communication, but I didn't know the depth of what the communication was. I just knew that they were still contacting each other.
Okay. At some point, did you think that he was going to be there raising the baby with her, or what did you think was the plan based off of talking to her?
I knew that's what she was hoping for, but I didn't know what was to come.
Okay. And then, do you recall anything happening kind of the beginning of the year? January, February? Did everything seem to stay the same to you?
Yes.
And specifically, drawing your attention to that February 25th, 2023, do you remember that day?
I do.
And did you see Jade that day?
I did.
Can you describe that day to me?
That day I was at work. I was there in the morning, and Jade was there as well. We had a private event that night, and I was just doing what I normally do during the day at work, and Jade told me that she was leaving. She had the night off, and of course I was wondering how, because we had an event, and she told me that she had plans to go home and cook dinner and do some type of painting with Blaise, and Najee was there as well, and she just told me that she loved me and she'd see me later, and we went into the event.
I'm not object to the hearsay.
What's your objection?
Hearsay.
Is this taken care of either?
I think her state of mind is relevant, Your Honor.
Was that 803 then existing mental state of mind? Do you care to be heard on that?
I do, Your Honor. Are we talking about the existing state of mind of Jade?
Yes, she planned it. That's what I understood your objection was. Plans to eat and paint with Blaise.
I don't know that, but you know what, you're right. Thank you. I withdraw my objection.
Go ahead.
Could you continue your answer?
Yes. So,
You said that she was leaving.
Thank you.
She told you that she loved you and gave you a hug. Is that right?
yes, ma'am. Yes. So then the night went on, and I was busy at work, so I didn't really talk to her once we got into things. But I knew what her plans were for the evening, and I just hoped that she'd having fun, and I'd hope to see her the next day so she could tell me about it.
And her mood that day, was it, I guess, normal to you?
It was normal, yes. She was happy that something was planned, for them to do together. So she was a little bit happier than normal, yeah.
So happier than normal?
Yeah.
And can you describe what happened that night after Jade left and you were at the restaurant working?
Some hours went by, of course, and then I just noticed that one of the owners, Jay, was not around anymore, so I kind of felt like something was going on.
And it's Jay, is that
Jay
Jade's
is,
uncle?
yes, that's correct. So I just kind of had that gut feeling that something had happened. So I spoke with him and he let me know that there was an incident, and I just asked what I could do, what I needed to do, and things went from there.
And can you describe what you mean by that, if things went from there?
I was panicking, obviously. I called her mom and asked her what I needed to do, and she asked me to go by Jade's apartment because it was left unlocked. So I went there and went inside, got her keys off of the counter, blew out a candle in her room, took pictures, and left. And then went to the hospital just waiting to see what was going on because we had no idea at that point.
And when you referred to Jade's mom, were you referring to her mom, Bridget, or her stepmom, Andrea?
I spoke to Bridget, and then I gave the keys to her stepmom, Andrea.
And I guess, so you went to the apartment. When you got to the apartment, was it locked?
No, ma'am.
And when you entered, can you describe, what did you see? Did it look normal to you, or what did you think when you got there?
Things looked as they would if you were painting and cooking. There was paintings on the table. There was still food sitting out. But something just seemed off to me. It just didn't smell like food was freshly cooked. So it just kind of put, my brain was telling me, just get the keys, you need to leave. It just, I don't know, it just didn't make me feel right being in there.
What did it smell like if it didn't smell like food?
It just smelled like it was clean. Then normally if someone cooks, you smell the food for at least a couple of days, at least I do when I cook. But yeah, it just didn't smell, it smelled like it was cleaner than it should have been with food just recently being prepared.
And you said that you blew out a candle.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that candle?
It was on her nightstand, right next to her comforter.
And did you touch anything other than her keys?
I did not.
And you said that you took pictures, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask for photographs.
No objection, Your Honor.
Y'all.
Ms. Weber, do you recognize the two photographs that were handed to you?
I do.
And are those the two photographs that you took of Jade Benning's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you take those?
Something in my heart told me I needed to. I just took them, and I don't know why I did it. Just something in my instinct told me I needed to do that.
All right, this time I would ask that those two photographs be entered as the next numbered exhibit, 13A and B, and then 5A publish those to the jury.
Okay, this is. RZ 13A and B.
Yes.
And is that photograph one of the photographs that you took in
Yes.
Jade Benning's apartment?
Yes.
And kind of this view, is this, would would you be standing with your back to the stove, kind of looking towards the front door?
That,
There's a monitor right in front of you. I don't know if you can see it better on that.
the door is more towards this side, so I was actually kind of like at an angle. So the living room would have been more towards my back, I believe. So yes.
And the next one, which is 13B, can you describe what's shown here?
That is the other side of her island, the other painting that was there.
And you said you took both of these photographs. Does this image actually have the date and time that you took the photographs?
It does.
And if you can just read off for the record what
Sure.
date and time that is.
February 25th, 2023, 11:29 p.m.
And Ms. Weber, you said that you got her keys, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you get just her keys, or did you get a purse and a wallet, or what did you get?
It was just her keys. They did have like a little Louis Vuitton thing on it that she had like money and stuff in, but it wasn't a full purse or wallet.
Would that have been where her identification was?
I believe so, yes.
And so you took that one item off the counter and did not touch anything else other than blowing out a candle?
That is correct.
Did you lock the apartment when you left?
We did.
And then where did you go after that?
We drove to the hospital.
And when you got to the hospital, who was there?
Nigea, Andrea, who is Jade's stepmom, Blaise, and my friend Natalie was with me. And that's pretty much all who I remember remotely in front of me at that time.
Did Natalie go to the apartment with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she there with you, kind of, were you all together the entire time?
We were.
And did she touch anything?
She did not.
Can you describe, had you ever met Nigella Jackson before?
Yes.
And when you saw her at the hospital, can you describe her demeanor?
Distraught, upset, just, yeah, sad, confused.
And you said that you had met Blaise Taylor once before, is that
Yes.
correct?
Uh-huh.
When you saw him at the hospital, can you describe his demeanor?
Facing away from us, no emotion.
Did he speak to you?
No.
And kind of going back prior to that specific day, did you know of any plans that Jade Benning was making related to her baby?
She was planning her baby shower. I was planning her baby shower. She was getting things together to put a nursery together. She's planning to be a mom.
And were you familiar with Jade's birthday?
Yes.
Did it have significance to you?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's 3 days after mine.
And did y'all have any plans for birthdays?
We would actually, we would celebrate them together.
Did y'all have plans to celebrate them together that year in 2023?
Yes.
And after that February 25th, 2023, did you go to the hospital multiple times between that date and March 6th of 2023?
I did.
And was Miss Jackson there when you went to the hospital?
She was, yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe that Miss Jackson would harm Jade Benning?
Not at all.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. I don't have any
Let's see State's Exhibit 1, please. As well as Exhibit 10, Andy. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Weber, and you, Ms. Hollins, I'll be asking you a few questions. If at any time you don't understand something, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
I want to talk with you a little bit, particularly about Mr. Taylor. You stated that you did, in fact, meet him prior to, I guess, 225 in the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times would you say that that was?
Once.
Okay, and where were you guys when you met?
It was, I forgot the name of it. It was a bar downtown,
Okay, you forgot the name?
and it's in the W.
Okay. And how long were you around him that night?
Probably under an hour.
Okay. And did you speak with him?
Yes.
And was there anything odd about him that you found in your interchange with him that caused you any concern?
There wasn't much conversation. It was just very high, and that's kind of all that was said between us. There wasn't any getting to know each other.
Okay. And would you tell us or tell the jury about when that was?
Again, I'm not sure of the exact date, but it was cold, and I remember it was pouring down rain outside.
Okay. Do you remember on that day that Jade sent you a video?
On the day that I met Blaise,
When it was raining downtown?
she did.
And in that video, it was a video of her and Blaise, was it not?
Yes,
And it was a video of them walking in the rain together.
that's correct.
And when she looked back and gave him a big kiss, do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I do remember the video being in the rain, and they were walking to meet me.
And would that be, I guess because it was cold, I would assume that it's during the winter time.
Yes, ma'am.
So would that have been the end of 22, would have been the beginning of 23?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Because there's testimony that they didn't reunite until January 1st of 23 during the winter time, then that would be consistent with that, would it not?
Yes.
Then I want to draw your attention to, you stated that all that you knew that Jade was involved in was marijuana, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you ever recall her texting you about mushrooms?
Yes.
So she was involved with more than just marijuana?
Yes.
You're not testifying to this jury that you know every single thing about Jade, are you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Fair enough. Now, let's take you to 225. You stated that you were in contact with Jade that day, and she informed you about what was going on. Is that right? With the dinner night, date night?
Yes.
Now, to be clear before I go there, when is your birthday?
March 3rd.
And when is Miss Benning's birthday?
March 6th.
And you guys were planning your birthday together?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was looking through your text messages between the two of you around that time, and I don't see anything regarding planning a party together. Did you not text about it?
We spoke in person about it.
But you guys text almost every day, right?
Yes.
About everything?
Not about everything.
Okay, you guys text about the date night, right?
That's correct.
Text about hanging out together, right?
That's correct.
What you're gonna eat for dinner, right?
Usually lunch, but yes.
Lunch, okay. Helping Julia out.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
Okay, they text a lot, so what's your question?
But yet, there's nothing in these text messages about the two of you planning your birthday together.
That's correct. We spoke about it in person.
Okay. Now, taking
That's
you
reasonable.
to 225, she tells you about the date night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she's going to cook for him.
That's correct.
And as far as you know, did you get to speak with Najee that day?
Later on that evening, yes.
Okay, that evening. And there was nothing that Ms. Jackson shared with you that would lead you to believe that Jade did not cook dinner that night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, you would have learned from Ms. Jackson that she did in fact cook that night. Right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. You would have learned from Ms. Jackson that she being Jade, did in fact cook that night.
Yes, I knew that prior, so yes.
Okay. But you testified that it appeared or it didn't smell like food, right?
Yes.
Did you ever speak with any detectives or police officers that evening?
I did.
Okay. Which ones did you speak to, if you remember?
I could not tell you their names, but I did speak with them at the hospital.
How many did you speak with?
I believe it was 2.
Okay. Did you tell either one of those detectives that when you went into that apartment, you did not smell food?
Yes.
Okay. Which one did you tell? The first one or the second one?
They were sitting next to each other, so I'm not sure which one, but I was speaking to them at the same time.
Okay. So the 2 detectives that you spoke with at the same time, you told them that when you went in that apartment, you did not smell food.
That is correct.
And did you tell them that it smelled like someone had cleaned up?
Yes, it smelled like it was clean. Yes, that's correct.
And when you say it smelled like it was clean, what does that smell like?
That it's been cleaned. Like the cleaning products, normally if you're cooking, I would smell food.
Right.
So it didn't have that smell when you first walk in that food was just previously made. It smelled like it had been cleaned.
Are you telling us that it smelled like Lysol?
It smelled like a cleaning product. I'm not sure which one, but it smelled like a cleaning product.
Something like Lysol?
A cleaning product.
And it's your testimony you did in fact share that with the detectives that night?
To my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge?
Yes.
What does that mean?
From what I remember, yes, that's the conversation that we had.
Well, could it be that, are you now saying you couldn't, maybe you didn't say that?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You stated that you went there to pick up what?
I went there to lock her apartment, so I had to get the keys off of the counter.
Where exactly did you find the keys?
They were sitting on the counter in her kitchen.
And what else did you go to pick up?
Just the keys.
Okay. Did you go to pick up anything else?
Just the keys.
And who asked you to go pick up those keys?
Jade's mom, Bridget.
And during that time, were you aware of Ms. Jackson's allegations against Blaise?
No.
So when you went to the apartment as your testimony, you didn't know anything about the allegations Ms. Jackson was making against Blaise?
No.
Okay. And what time did you speak with Ms. Burks? That's that's Jade's mother, correct?
That's correct.
What time did you speak with Ms.?
It was probably 30 to 45 minutes prior to me taking those pictures.
So around, I see here.
10:45.
I'm sorry.
Roughly around 10:45.
10:45? And when you spoke with Ms. Burks, she didn't share with you the allegations that Najee had made?
The only thing, no.
She did not. When you went in, you said that you were careful not to touch anything else.
That's correct.
Why not?
I knew that something had happened with Jade, still at the point not knowing. I knew that I should do only what her mom had asked of me, which was to get her keys and lock her apartment.
But if at this time you had not heard about any allegations by Najee, why would you feel that it was important to go into one of your very best friend's house and be careful not to touch anything?
Because that's not my apartment. I would respect hers just as she would respect mine. So I went in and got what I was supposed to do out of the respect for her family and left.
And so then, why would you feel that it was odd that it was clean? Did you realize that she had cooked at 7 o'clock earlier that evening?
I knew that she had cooked, but I knew we went in there and it just didn't seem right to me. And our minds were on knowing something had happened to Jade. And at that point, we did not know what.
Okay. And then, if you were there just to go into the kitchen counter, and can I get you, well, I can use the
It's up.
Is this the kitchen counter you're referring to, found in State's Exhibit 13A?
That is the kitchen island. That is not where her keys were.
Okay, so her keys were in the kitchen, but not here.
Right, because that's the island. It was on the counter.
Okay. And did you, at that time, but it would have been in the kitchen, though?
Yes.
Okay. And would it have been adjacent to that counter?
It would have been next to her stove, which was by the door, so yes.
About how many feet would you say that that counter was from that island?
A foot or two.
So, if it was your intention to respect her apartment and not touch anything that doesn't belong to you, why would you go into her bedroom?
I could see directly into it from the kitchen, and I saw a candle burning next to a comforter, so I would wish someone would blow that out for me if I wasn't there.
And so did you not smell the candle?
No, it was in her bedroom, and it was a red candle, so that.
And so it's 11:29 p.m. And if hypothetically that she would have left her apartment around 10 o'clock, it would have been burning for, at the very least, for over an hour and a half. You didn't smell the candle?
That's not what I first smelled, no.
And you went in, you blew out the candle, and then you left?
That's correct.
And locked the doors?
Yes, ma'am.
Without touching anything else?
Yes, ma'am.
But you knew when you left there, something wasn't right and it smelled clean, correct?
That is correct.
So when you got to the hospital and you saw the police officers, did you go up to them immediately and say, I just left that apartment and something isn't right? Did you do that?
That's not what I immediately did. I got there and I gave the keys to her stepmom, Andrea, and then we were trying to figure out what was going on.
But you had just left your very good friend's house and something in your mind was telling you something nefarious is going on. There's a police officer standing right there. Why wouldn't you go talk to them and tell them that you found something odd?
I wanted her family to be able to speak with them first and get the information. I was there until I was told something.
Okay, well did you, then surely then when you got there and spoke with her family, you told them that, right?
I told them what, I'm sorry?
That something nefarious was going on that you felt because the apartment smelled too clean.
I told them that something didn't feel right. That's what I've told them.
Did you share with them that something that didn't feel right was it was too clean?
Yes.
And who did you tell that to?
I told that to, I don't remember exactly who, but I want to say it was Andrea, maybe?
Andrea Browning?
Yes.
And if you didn't tell Andrea Browning, who would you tell?
Eventually, when I spoke with the detectives, I would tell them.
You never told Ms. Burks, the one who asked you to go over there in the first place?
She was aware as well.
So you did tell her too?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you told Ms. Browning and you told Ms. Burks, certainly that's something that they would have shared with the police, right?
Yes.
when you were at the hospital, you stated that Blaise, I'm sorry, when you came in, he had his back to you guys, right?
That's correct.
And not being bothered with you. Is that what it appeared like?
He just wasn't speaking. He was sitting away from us with his back. We would come in and his back was to us.
Did you go and speak to him?
No.
And I'm curious, Ms. Weber, if he was away from you with his back to you, how could you tell what his demeanor was?
Body language, and he turned around.
Oh, so he did turn around?
He turned around and looked, but there was no communication between us.
So you're saying you were able to tell his demeanor when for the majority of the time, his back was to you, but then he just kind of turned around and looked at you, and then from there, you're able to ascertain what his demeanor is?
Yes.
Did you learn that out of everyone that was aware of what was going on with the medical episode, which would have been Nigeria, did you learn that?
Did I learn what? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you learn that Ms. Jackson was aware of the medical episode as it was going on?
Once we got to the hospital and got further into speaking, I was made aware of that after the fact, but not during.
Okay, fair enough. Were you made aware afterwards that Mr. Keontae Jones was part of that conversation with Jay?
No.
No one told you that?
I don't know that name, I'm sorry.
Would you be surprised to know that the only person who called 911 in reference to Jay's medical episode was Blaise? Did you know that?
Yes.
You didn't find that odd?
I mean, there was a lot odd that evening, but no, I mean.
Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be passed State's Exhibit 13A, B, and 1A?
You can put them up if you want to ask.
Fair. Take a look at State's Exhibit 13A. That's your screenshot, or is it a screenshot or a photo?
It's a screenshot of a photo.
Okay. And where's the original photo?
You're looking at it. I had to take a screenshot so the date would show.
Oh, very good. And that's my point. Your date is showing there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you wanted them to know, when I say them, the police officers, this is what time this photo was taken, because I want you to know that I was there and I was there at this time, correct?
When you take a photo, the date and time automatically appear, so that wasn't my intentions at that time. I came back to that when I was asked for any information that I had from that evening.
Well, I'm only stating that because you just said that you wanted the date to show.
That's with the screenshot, yes. Yes.
Right. And that's why you took the screenshot.
Yes, but that was way after that evening, but yes, you're correct.
Okay, very good. So, take a look at State's Exhibit 1A and 1B. There is no time or date taken there, is there?
No, that's not a picture I took.
No, I know. I'm
Okay.
just asking. There is no date or time in this photo, is it?
There is not.
Whoever took this photo didn't feel the same way you felt in regards to being important as to what date and time this photo was taken. Neither is a date and time on that photo, is there?
That's multiple questions. What do you ask?
Yeah, what do you?
I'll ask again.
I'm
State's
going to
Exhibit-
object to Ms. Collins referring to this as a photo. It's a screen capture from a video.
Oh,
That was the witness testimony, it's not a photo.
oh, very good. The screen capture from this video doesn't show a date or time, does it?
It wouldn't.
Okay. Yours didn't either, but you took a screenshot so that it would, right?
Once I was asked for the photo, yes, that is correct.
Now, When you said that Blaise turned around and you were able to ascertain his demeanor from him turning around, what did he look like?
Just sitting there, no emotion, no happiness, sad, no, just there.
Did he make a face at you?
No, it's just normal face, just with no emotion behind it.
Just a blank face?
Pretty much.
Were you aware that the entire time he was in the hospital, he had a mask on?
No.
You weren't aware of that?
No.
It would be hard for you to be able to ascertain what his face looks like or demeanor if he had a mask on, wouldn't it?
If he had a mask on, yes, that's correct.
So if he did have a mask on, you'll agree it would be difficult for you to do that.
If he had a mask on, yes.
Thank you, I'll pass the witness.
Did he have a mask on? When you saw him?
No.
Do you know what time you saw him?
Not to the very minute, but it would have been shortly after the time of me taking that photo and going to the hospital.
So within an hour?
Possibly, yes. Yeah, it's within an hour.
So around 12:30?
Yes.
So if we have a photo of Blaise around 12:30, he shouldn't have a mask on according to your testimony.
From what I remember now.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Good step, Jason. Who's the next witness?
Stephanie Franklin.
Did you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for the recording?
My name is Stephanie Franklin, Stephanie, Franklin, Franklin.
Ms. Franklin, did you know Jade Benning during her lifetime?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet her or come to know her?
I met Jade when I learned that my daughter and she were in the same dance class when they were around 4 or 5 years old. And they clicked, and I met Jade's mother at that same time.
And where was that with respect to at least city and state?
In Little Rock, Arkansas.
And what is your daughter's name?
My daughter's name is Lindsay Jones. Well, Wallace now. She's married.
So, initially, your daughter, Lindsay, and Jade were 4 or 5 years old, dance class.
Yes, sir.
Repeat your answer.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
And you met, I believe you said, Jade's mother.
Yes.
At that time. And so they're living in Little Rock.
Yes, sir.
On how many occasions, and we're talking about during this age group, and I'll ask as they get older, but at this time, at that age, 4 or 5 years old, how often would you see little Jade Benning?
The beginning, it only took a few weeks, but for it to grow into a almost every day or every other day interaction.
And did your daughter and Jade go to preschool together?
No, sir.
Now, as they got a little older, did they maintain their friendship?
Yes. They ended up going to the same middle school and celebrating birthdays, special events. We were with each other all the time.
And did you establish and maintain a friendship or relationship with Jade's mother?
Yes, sir.
And what was that interaction like with respect to, like, how many times would you see Jade as a young child?
All the time. Special events, birthdays, weekly outings, dinner dates. There were standing dinner dates on specific nights. I mean, it was a regular. She was like a second child to me.
Occasion, do sleepovers at your house?
Sleepovers at my house, or
How about your daughter?
my child over at her house or her grandparents' house even.
As they got even older, into the teenage years, what was the relationship like at that point?
All through middle school, leading up to teenage years, we all were at the same school. I actually taught at the school where they attended. So they were with me all the time, before school, lunch, after school, when there was a problem. I was kind of like their school mom. And of course, my daughter was there too. And then after their middle school years, they decided to go to 2 different high schools in Little Rock due to their choices of what they were interested in. My daughter went to an arts magnet, and Jade chose to go to Central. So while they were not in the same school, we still attended games, ball games to see or cheer, competitions, dance recitals, special events. We still went out to dinner. We still hung out, all those things.
Come here. Come here, Soxy.
My daughter and Jade were both cheerleaders.
At their respective high schools?
At middle school, and then continued on to, at their, respective high schools.
And with respect to any other competitions, activities that you knew Jade to be involved in?
I mean, she would come support my daughter, because my daughter was a dancer also, and had dance recitals, and so she would come and watch and support. We had regular sleepovers still from time to time as they got older.
Now, did they both, to your knowledge, stay in dance all the way up through elementary school, middle school, and
Yes, sir.
high school?
My daughter cheered the whole time. Jade cheered the whole time. Jade was actually captain at Central High School of the cheer squad.
And don't want to get too deep in the weeds about this, but Little Rock High School, how big a school is that?
3,000 to 4,000 student population. It changes throughout the years, probably more when she was there than today.
So was Jade being captain of the cheer squad a big thing?
Oh, it was a huge thing, a huge responsibility. Their squad had, first it was leadership position, but was held in high regard for anyone who was selected. And it speaks to her light and how she was able to bring people together.
As your daughter and Jade progressed, did there come a time when they graduated from high school?
Of course, and thankfully.
And college was next.
Yes, sir.
Did they maintain that friendship, and you as well, Jade Benning, her family?
Yes, sir. They chose different routes for college as well as young people. My daughter chose to go and follow her mom in education. And Jade decided that, college wasn't for her at a certain point, and that she wanted to be a chef, so she went that route.
Let me say that route, was there a culinary school?
Yes, yes. It was like a, I guess what would you call a vocational college. And she went to a culinary school and graduated.
Did you become aware at some time that Ms. Benning, Jade Benning, relocated to Nashville, Tennessee?
Oh, maybe, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I knew that she wanted to spread her wings and venture out. She was tenacious in that regard, and independent. And so I knew that she had her sights set and moved to Nashville, and that she was able to secure a job, work cooking, yeah, in her field, cooking, and an opportunity to do what she loved.
Did you have any appreciation of why she chose Nashville? Did she have any relatives here?
Well, her stepmom lives outside of Nashville, and she has a half sister in the area as well. And then,
Would it be fair to say you know pretty much all about her family?
yes, sir, and even the relationship with the person who was in ownership of the restaurant where she was going to, well, where she did cook, but where the offer came from.
Do you recall when the last time may have been that you saw Jade Benning alive?
I think it was when we had a dinner back in Little Rock.
And when Ms. Benning would come back to Little Rock, would you normally see her?
Most of the time, yes. If my schedule allowed me to be there, I'd be there.
And so, looking back on it, do you recall that event, that family dinner?
It's hard to go back to those memories, but yes.
What was her mood, her
She was
attitude? What was she like at that time?
She was pure Jade, excitement, her whole life ahead of her, just happy. That's her.
Did you stay in any type of communication with Ms. Benning after that? Phone or text or?
Directly, we didn't communicate as much as Jade and I together as she got older, but Bridget and I are her mom, I'm sorry. Are, I would say, best friends. So yes, kept tabs nonstop. And I mean, Jade and I would text, Mother's Day. I always got a message from her. Birthdays, I mean, it was interaction.
And are you spending your daughter with separate ways, professionally or educationally, but your knowledge, did your daughter, Jade Benning, stay in touch?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have the opportunity to come to Nashville and visit Ms. Benning while she was alive here?
No, sir.
Did there come a time when you learned that she was expecting?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about?
Her mama confiding in me.
Just go back to you and her mother being such close friends.
Mm-hmm.
You recall approximately when that was?
want to say it was sometime in December. And it may have been toward the end of November, but sometime around that holiday season.
And did you share that news with others?
No. Bridget and I have a cloak of trust as best friends do, and so she confided in me, and until I had permission, I did not. But Bridget and I talked about it regularly after she told me.
So if you're saying you kept up with the progress of the pregnancy and things that were going on, and were you planning to just like whenever the time came, baby showers, whatever you could do?
I mean, of course.
When we get to the night, the call, did there come a time when you received a call concerning Jade Benning's health and welfare?
Yes, sir. Actually, I was notified because my husband was called by Jade's, I hate to say stepdad, I'm going to say bonus dad. They're also friends. And when the call came in, and I was told, just I was a little bit in shock. And of course, Bridget was on the other line, not able to call me herself, so, you know, it was, I need to talk to Bridget.
You're still in Little Rock, correct?
Yes, sir.
Should have asked this.
Yes, sir.
Through the years. So, what, if anything, did you do upon receiving the call?
I immediately demanded to talk to Bridget. And so when I got to talk to Bridget, of course, she and Lynn were already en route to Nashville. And I told her, I said, I'm coming. I told her, I said, I got to get a couple hours of sleep because it was late. Sure. And then, of course, I just told her I would be there and I would leave in the morning and drive, and that the girls may come with me. And then when I said the girls, she knows what that means, but that's my daughter and some other close family friends. And so then I immediately called my daughter and told her, and we made plans to what time to meet and what time we were going to leave.
And do you recall approximately what time you left Little Rock to come to Nashville?
Sometime in the morning, early. I mean, it's like 6, 7. I had to pick up my daughter and then also get another friend.
I don't necessarily need to ask what was said, if anything, but were you in communication and being updated on Jade's condition during the drive?
And of course.
When you arrived here in Nashville, where did you go immediately?
I went directly to the hospital.
Do you recall approximately what time it may have been when you got there?
It was early afternoon. I wouldn't say midday, it was early afternoon.
And when you arrived, where did you go? Arrived by that, I mean, at the hospital.
Straight to ICU.
And were you permitted to see Jade?
I went straight to the waiting room first, and that's where I got to meet Bridget and Lynn and everybody else that was there.
Were there a number of people there? That
Family members, yes.
When you saw her, what did you see? Could you describe what you saw?
Jade was laying there with tubes and wires connected and machines functioning for her. And I saw her pregnant belly pooch.
How long did you stay in Nashville?
Got here on Sunday. 4 days.
And during that time, were you frequently at the hospital?
If I wasn't sleeping or driving to and from.
And any time before you arrived at the hospital, had you heard the name Blaise Taylor?
Yes. Yes.
And from
Bridget.
had you ever met anyone by that name?
No.
Did you meet anyone at the hospital during the days that you were there? Named Blaise Taylor?
No.
So have you ever seen him or spoken to him?
Not in person.
Have you spoken?
No.
Focusing back at the hospital, were you aware there was a police investigation?
I became aware.
Did you become aware? And were there officers and or detectives at the hospital on and off, or at least that you saw and spoke to there?
I never met anyone directly that I recall, but I saw people, and they would pull Bridget and Lynn and Dennis and Andrea.
Did there come a time when you went to the apartment?
I did.
Miss Benning's apartment?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how that came about.
My best friend was falling apart, and she wasn't going to leave her child's side, which I understand. But it was driving her crazy to know the answers, to just see what in the world was happening, trying to make sense of something. So Bridget and I discussed it.
And the decision made, at least between the two of you at least, that you would go to the apartment.
Yes, that'd be her eyes and ears.
Did you get keys to the apartment?
From Bridget.
Had you ever been there before?
No.
I'm not asking if you ever been to Nashville, but so,
No.
were you given directions or?
I was given the address. GPS.
Who, if anyone, went with you?
My daughter Lindsay, Jada, Summons, and Nijaya.
Now, ask about Nijaya. Would that be Nijaya Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Did you know her prior to this incident?
When I say girls, she's included in that group.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Going back to
Sleepovers, celebrations, cheer, all the things.
And so, then, was she, being Miss Jackson, also a part of the growing up?
Yes, sir.
Little Rock. Prior to going to the apartment, what, if anything, did you do to prepare for going there and entering?
My son is a police officer in Little Rock, and
Let me just talk about going into this. Did you get some suggestions from him?
yeah, of course,
And
I called.
did you follow those suggestions?
I called him and told him what I was getting ready to do, and then I had to do it for Bridget.
And so,
I asked him.
well, I know, so what did you do to prepare?
I called my son and I told him what I was getting ready to do and asked him how do I honor what my friend needs and do it in the best, carefulest way, not knowing all the details, but knowing what little information I had with how she got to be, how Jade got to be in the hospital. And that he told me
And did you follow those instructions or advice?
yes, the ones he gave me.
Did you procure any hand protection?
I did.
Tell us about that.
He told me you need to have gloved hands, you need to not touch anything, try not to touch anything you don't have to touch to gain entrance. And you need to record and take pictures or still shots of anything that you feel needs to be documented for Bridget to see. And then get out. Don't stay there.
When did you go to the apartment? Was it daylight or dark?
It was around dusk on the day that I got there.
And would that have been the 26th?
Yes, sir.
And you told us who went with you, so when you arrived, did you take pictures?
I did.
Did you also take videos?
I did.
And did you take any items from the apartment?
One.
Our court's permission. That's these to be passed to the witness. Ms. Franklin, being handed two items, one envelope contains a USB, but as far as the photographs are concerned, could you look through those and see if you recognize what is depicted?
Yes, sir.
And open the envelope and be sure it does have. I believe it has a tag. It says S. Franklin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I would move those to number 14. Ms. Franklin, which were done first? Photographs photographs or the videos? Or were they video and a photograph, video and a photograph, or how was the process done?
Room by room, area by area, video and photographs together in the same areas.
And what did you use to capture both the video and the photographs?
My personal phone.
Cell phones. All right. If we could. Now, Ms. Franklin, you've had an opportunity to review these, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have muted each of the videos because what was said is really not between you and Jade and Jaya is not relevant. So, as we play these one by one, since there will be no audio, can you narrate, tell us what we're seeing?
Yes.
Video number one.
This is,
And we can't stop, obviously.
as soon as you walk in the apartment and open the door, you're in the kitchen. And so this is immediately entering the door, panning the kitchen area. This is the countertop. I knew that, I knew Jade had had a at-home date set, and I knew that because she loves to cook, you see food over on the stove area and the counter, and then the result of their kind of paint at home.
So it'd be fair to say that there were things, some things you expected to see, is that correct?
Correct. And then that's Jada and not Jada.
And again, it's muted, but were you having conversations?
Of course.
And were you apprised of the fact that Najee had been there before?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know whether she had.
Not Jay is Jade's best friend. So I'm sure.
Now we're moving to video number 2. Where are we now?
Standing in the living room, facing the second bedroom and panning from the other direction.
Looking back towards the kitchen.
Yes, and she looks surprised because I'm telling her to get out of the way. And that's my daughter that you saw a glimpse.
Now, video number 3. What are we?
The image of where Jade's camera usually sits. Or is expected to be sitting.
I believe if you touch the screen on the thing that's down there, you can make a circle. So, kind of where the camera usually sits, could you circle that area? So, no camera there, correct?
Correct. Correct. Would you like me to clear that?
I can. And now, number 4. Where are we now?
Jade's bedroom.
And what, if anything, are we seeing there?
You're seeing a scan of her bedroom, but there's also a camera right there.
Now, if we can pause it right there and do the same, could you circle? signs in that condition when you went in and filmed this?
Yes, sir.
That you touched anything at that point?
No.
Right, and now, lastly, video number 5.
It's panning from the other direction of the other side of the room.
Thank you. Now, we can publish the photographs. And these have been arbitrarily A through K, I believe. But what are we seeing here in this picture?
Camera outside in the hallway, on the ceiling, walkway area of the entrance walkway to Jade's front door.
And what about this?
Jade's art. No, her handwriting.
And the third.
Presuming that's Blaise's.
Now, we had a picture of the refrigerator. Well, the refrigerator was in the video, but
Yes, sir.
I opened the door and just a picture of the interior of the refrigerator that was in the video.
Yes, sir.
And did you remove any items or place any items there that weren't there to start with?
No, just opened it.
What is this a photograph of?
Open trash can at the end of the bar in the kitchen.
Do you recall what may have been in it?
I didn't dig in it. I just saw what was there on top.
Was there any other trash receptacle that you saw that had anything in it?
We did look at the trash cans in the bathrooms. They were empty.
And was there any other trash anywhere in the kitchen other than this one?
Not that was visible.
And the next photograph, what are we seeing here? And again, if you could tell us what it is.
So the camera on the ledge in Jade's bedroom, facing out.
Okay. And does it appear to be plugged in?
Yes, sir.
And is this another view of the camera, this one showing the lens facing?
Yes, sir.
And now moving on, we saw the video of the bed frame. Was there anything on about the bed that attracted your attention?
Yes. On the bedspread, it appeared to be throw up or vomit.
And in looking at it, did it appear to be of any particular color?
Pink.
Now again, having talked to your son and preparing this, what, if anything, did you do with the comforter, with this object?
I took it. I decided to take it, but I didn't. I decided to take it with us.
This is, next picture is just a more close up. And were these pictures taken prior to you touching this item?
Yes.
And in fact, did you touch it for any other purpose than to remove it
No.
and preserve it?
No. trash bag. I told them to get a trash bag.
And was it one that was already there at the apartment?
Mhm.
This next photograph of the vehicle with license plate. You familiar with that vehicle?
Yeah.
And whose vehicle is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Bridget and Lynn's.
Now, we talked about you removing the comforter. You recall whether or not there was any other item that you took along with it?
No, I just
And how did you go about?
folded it within itself and stuffed it in the bag with my gloved hand and tied the bag off in the apartment.
And last, talk about a trash bag and.
That's it.
You know,
That's, yes, yes, sir.
so. You were there, you looked around, did you check out anything else as far as whether the windows were locked or anything to do with touching the apartment or touching anything in the apartment?
No, other than, I mean, there was discussion on whether to leave the blinds up in the bedroom and the camera location being weird, because, I mean, Jade, yeah, we talked about that and whether or not we should close the blinds.
And you recall whether or not you did or didn't close the blinds?
They were closed when we left.
And how about the camera? Was it left in the same location or moved back to the kitchen?
No, Nigella was adamant about moving it back to the kitchen where it's supposed to be.
And other than that, was anything else manipulated, that is, being moved, anything added or taken away?
No, we talked about private property of Jade's, but didn't touch anything else, didn't take anything else.
And when you arrived there, was the door locked?
Yes,
And when you left, did you relock the door?
of course.
Yes, the question is, why did you take it upon yourself to essentially do police work?
Because Bridget was hurting and Bridget wanted answers, and Bridget and I were both pissed. Excuse my French. We were angry. Didn't seem like anybody was doing anything. It didn't seem like things were moving.
The pace was too slow.
No answers. Why do you have a child on life support? No answers.
Was this any attempt on your part to interfere with the investigation?
No, I would never.
As far as packaging the item that we see here in the trunk of Ms. Burke's vehicle, what did you do with it when you left the apartment?
Called till I was headed back. What I had, meet me at the car, because I'm going to give it directly to Jade's parents.
And did you give them the keys back to you?
Yes. They met me at the car.
Now, as far as the exterior of the apartment complex, did you do anything with respect to looking around there, or?
Yeah, tried to see if there was any trash or anything that was obviously in the dumpster, but not taking in dumpsters, and they were huge. Then there was a neighbor out walking their dog, and I asked her if she knew Jade. And she explained, and our conversation led to the fact of ambulances there the night before. She didn't know her. I gave her my number.
So you get back to the hospital, essentially, as far as the evidence is concerned, it's still in the bag, the last time you saw it, correct?
Correct.
And as the days went on, you find that there was a police investigation going on, and detectives who were working.
Yes, I knew that finally there were people talking to Bridget and Lynn. And listening.
From the time you packed the comforter in the trash bag until it was delivered there in front of the vehicle, did you open it at any time during the transport? Add anything to it?
No.
Or touch it with your marriage?
No, sir.
I know you testified that you had on gloves, rubber gloves or latex.
I'm not a medical professional, but yeah.
I was gonna say-
Blue gloves from the hospital.
From the hospital. And when you packaged up the comforter, could you feel through the things any moisture or whether the area that we've seen highlighted?
No, but I mean, that's one of the things I noticed when it looked like vomit, is there seemed to be a moisture ring several inches outside where the vomit was. And I'm a mom, seen lots of vomit, cleaned up vomit. And I'm an educator, so seen it there too. And that looks like there was moisture added at some point or an attempt to wipe it or something.
Question on behalf of Ted.
Get up to go for a comfort break and then they get quiet on you. Oh, leftover homemade spaghetti's the bomb, y'all. Kind of like chilled and meatloaf is always better. Chili and meatloaf is always better the second day. Yep.
I can't imagine what you've been through. I appreciate you being here today, answering all these questions. I want to start by talking, kind of going back to the beginning of your testimony, and talking a little bit about kind of your background relationship with Jade and Bridget, okay? So, obviously, you've testified, you've known Jade almost her whole life, right? Is that right?
A long time.
And it sounds like you were a really big part of Jade's life when she was young, when she was growing up. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned Bridget is probably one of your best friends now,
Correct.
and she has been for a long time.
Yes.
And you all are from Arkansas, right?
Yes, sir.
And you still live there now.
Yes, sir.
You still live in the same area as Bridget, is that right?
I mean, we live in central Arkansas now. I don't live in Little Rock anymore.
I gotcha. Okay. About how many years has it been since Jade has kind of lived in the same area that you and your daughter do?
From today?
Well, I guess it's been a few years since this incident, but since she passed away. So when, at the time that she passed away, how long had it been since you guys all had lived in the same area?
Probably 3 to 4.
So kind of like the college time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which makes sense with what you were describing, that your kids both went away to college and you stayed in contact, but as it naturally happens, you know, you're not as in daily touch, right?
Correct.
And at the time, in 2022, 2023, when Jade was living in Nashville, this is kind of, is it fair to say this is the time in your life, in her life, that you were describing where you're talking to her at Mother's Day or her birthday or maybe a big holiday? Is that right?
Correct.
But not necessarily like every week or even every couple weeks.
Correct.
So you're still keeping up with what's going on because your families are close, but you and Jade are not in daily contact. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're not, you yourself at least, are not sort of, you don't have personal knowledge of what's going on in Jade's day-to-day life. Is that fair?
I have snippets because of Bridget.
Sure. I get that. But you and Jade are, she's not filling you in personally in what's going on in her day-to-day life.
No, she's not.
So she's not calling you saying, oh, I went on this date, it was great, and that sort of thing.
No.
And you don't have personal knowledge of, you know, some of these lifestyle kind of things, like is she drinking or doing drugs, or how well she's doing, or she's totally clean. Like, you don't know personally how she's doing, right?
I know she's well.
I got you.
Happy.
Yeah, because when you talk to her, she seems like she's doing great, right?
When I talk to Bridget on a daily basis, yes.
When you're talking to Bridget, and Bridget's talking to Jade, so it's coming second, third hand, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're not there kind of involved in her daily social life, right?
I'm not in Nashville, no.
And similarly, with your relationship with Blaise, how things are going, you don't have any sort of first-hand observation experience as to her relationship with Blaise.
No.
In terms of this situation, February 25th, 2023, you found out pretty quickly, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think Bridget found out and she called you as one of her best friends almost immediately.
No, her husband called.
Her husband called, okay, I'm sorry. But so her husband called almost immediately.
I'm assuming as quickly as they found out.
And they were already on their way to Nashville?
Correct.
The information that you received very quickly from her husband, were you, and I don't need to know the exact details, but were you kind of filled in on what people were saying about what happened, what Nia Jackson was saying about what happened? Were you told all that information?
I was told that there was a phone call. I was told that something happened to Jay, and there was a phone call that Bridget received from Nigeria, hysterical. And Nigeria shared that,
And I don't need to know what Najee said exactly, but just that she was making some allegations about Mr. Taylor.
Nigeria was reporting what she said, what she saw,
Bridget
what occurred.
was telling you that Nigeria was telling her some things about it, right?
Yes,
Right from the get-go.
Nigeria shared.
Okay, you don't want her to get into it, or you do?
I'm sorry, let me clarify that. I'll ask the question again. In that very initial phone call, was it your understanding that somebody was saying Mr. Taylor was the reason that Jay was in the hospital?
That's a trick question.
I didn't mean it to be a trick question. I'm not trying to trick you, I promise. I just want to know kind of...
His name was mentioned, yes.
Okay. So you hop in a car and you start... The next morning, you hop in the car.
Correct.
You indicate to Bridget that you'll be there for her as soon as you can. Is that fair?
Correct.
I want to get it right. I want to make sure that I'm accurate about what I'm understanding.
What's your question?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be...
What is your question?
Approximately how long is it from Little Rock to Nashville?
5 to 7 hours, depending on traffic.
So you arrived about midday on the 26th?
I arrived a little bit after lunch, kind of early afternoon.
Okay. And tell me again who you drove with. I know your daughter, and who was the other person?
Jada Summons,
Jada Summons. And how old is Jada Summons?
same age as Jade and my daughter. Jade's 1 year behind them, but same age group.
During that car ride, did you discuss with your daughter and Jada Summons the things that you had learned the night before?
Of course.
When you got here, you went immediately to the hospital.
Correct.
You met with Bridget and the other people who were there. Is that
Correct.
right? At the time that you went to the hospital, and I think you indicated this, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the scene, there were already police officers there?
No, sir.
Not at the time you went to the hospital?
No, sir.
How long were you at the hospital with Bridget or other people before you saw police officers there?
I don't even recall seeing them when I got back.
What do you mean when you got back?
When I left to go to Jade's apartment and came back from Jade's apartment.
Okay, let me clarify. When
Did you see police when you first got to the hospital?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when you first got to the hospital, you didn't see police?
That's what I just asked.
No.
I understand.
You don't have to repeat everything. These smart people right over here heard it all, what she's testified to.
Well, I heard the first time she said she saw police officers, so I'm trying to clarify and make sure I heard it right.
Well, you can't be testifying either.
Okay. When did you first see police officers at the hospital?
Did you ever see police officers at the hospital?
I saw, I'm assuming it was a detective. He was not in police clothing, but there was a badge. So it was the second or the third day of me being in Nashville.
So you never saw law enforcement until the second or third day you were in Nashville?
That is what I recall.
During your discussions with Ms. Burke, was it your impression that law enforcement was involved on the first day that you were in Nashville?
Ms. Burks?
Ms. Burke.
So Bridget?
Bridget.
Can you ask the question again, please? I was focused on you saying her name wrong. Sorry.
My apologies. During the first day you arrived in Nashville, during your discussion with Ms. Bridget Burks, is that right?
Yes.
When did you first become aware from Ms. Burks that law enforcement was in fact involved with the case?
One more time, fluidly, please.
Sure. No problem.
I want to make sure I give you the correct answer, so.
Absolutely. After your arrival in Nashville on the first day, on February 26th,
Okay.
during your discussions with Ms. Bridget Burks, when did you first become aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
Second or third day? Second day, I would say.
So in no time prior to the third day, was there ever a discussion that there have been detectives talking to us, were police here last night, that never came up at all?
Second day, I saw. Second day we talked.
That's when you saw police?
Second or third day is when I saw police. Yes, Bridget shared that she had had a conversation, where the detectives had been in touch. I saw what I thought was a detective come and speak to them at the hospital. They would pull them in a room.
Now, you were in pretty regular contact with Ms. Burks between the time that she or her husband notified you and you arrived at the hospital on the 26th, is that correct?
As much as can be.
Sure, texting, calling, all that stuff, right? And at no time during those conversations did she inform you that there were in fact police officers at the hospital the night before, is that right?
Yes, she shared there were police officers.
Oh, so you were aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
Well, I was told that some police officer, I don't know if it was somebody that came in special or it was a police officer that's assigned to the hospital, I don't know, but talked to Najee.
Okay, so there was a police officer that talked to Najee, and you were aware of that maybe before you got to Nashville?
I don't think I knew that before I got to Nashville. I don't think we talked about that before I got to Nashville.
When did you have that conversation?
I don't recall the exact time that I had that conversation.
That wasn't on your drive?
On my drive, I'm talking about my daughter's best friend being on life support.
Okay. Well, let's talk about then, let's move on, I guess. Let's talk about the decision to go to Jade's apartment.
Sure.
So you get in town, you meet with Miss Burks, and how long from the time when you arrived in town shortly after lunch was it before you and Miss Burks discussed you going to Jade's apartment?
There wasn't an isolated discussion.
Okay. With several discussions?
Comments about how bad Bridget wanted to know.
Okay. Was that like immediately that you got in town?
No, immediately we were focused on Jade.
Immediately focused on Jade. So, when did you actually go to the apartment?
The night that I got there.
So,
The evening that I got there.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, do you have about approximate time?
No, I don't recall the exact time. I know that by the time we got to our apartment, it was dark.
It was dark, and this is February, right?
Correct.
Do you know if it was 11 o'clock at night?
No, sir.
So before 11, sometime after 4, maybe?
It was closer probably to the 4, 5, 6, 7 time range.
Did you eat dinner that day?
I don't remember what I ate or if I ate. I don't even remember how much I slept.
Do you think it was after dinner time?
I don't know what time. I mean, dinner's variable for people and variable for me.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I'm trying to figure out.
It was dusk when I headed that way. It was dark when we got there.
Okay, so maybe on the earlier side of the evening when you actually went to the apartment. Is that fair?
Earlier being what time, sir?
The 5, 6 instead of the 7, 8 kind of time period?
I wasn't looking at a clock, so I don't know. It was dusk when I left the hospital. It was dark when we got to the apartment. I don't even remember how far the hospital was from the apartment. I cannot give you an exact time and feel like I am being honest with you on an exact time.
Okay. So you and Bridget are discussing that she doesn't feel like things are moving fast enough and she wants someone to go. At no point during those conversations about you going to the apartment is it ever mentioned that, well, let me rephrase this question, let me back this up. When Bridget asks you to go to the apartment, is there ever a discussion about should we talk to police here before you go?
It wasn't Bridget asking me to go to the apartment. It was a discussion between friends, best friends, about what can I do to help?
Okay.
What can I do to help?
That's fair. So during this discussion between friends about what you could do to help, did you ever offer to contact police about going to the apartment?
No.
Did you ever call the Metro Nashville Police Department and say, hey, we think someone needs to go to the apartment? Has that been done yet? Has that been done?
No.
Did you ever reach out to Metro Nashville Police Department and say, hey, we're thinking about going to the
She
apartment?
said she never reached out to him at all. No matter what you want to ask her if she said it, she didn't reach out to him.
I understand.
You're asking the same question.
In different ways. I want to make sure that everybody knows it.
Did you ever call the police and say, after I eat dinner, I'm gonna go to the apartment?
No, sir.
Did you ever call the police and say, if I don't eat dinner, can I go to the apartment?
No, sir.
No. Just go ask your question and let's get to what question you want instead of repeating them.
Y'all look at this judge. He's like, I am tired of this shite. He is like, I'm done with this. I am done. He is really tired. Boy, he has extremely short leash on these attorneys.
And your next question is?
I'm sorry, I lost my place. I'm working on trying to find out where I was. I apologize for...
You asked her, did she ever contact the police in any way before she went to the apartment? And her answer was no.
Did you ever discuss contacting the police with Ms. Burks or with any of the people that were going to the apartment?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever consider contacting the police?
Not that I recall.
And at that point, you didn't think that the police were involved in this case? Is that what you indicated?
I didn't see anybody doing anything.
Was it your impression that there was a criminal investigation going on?
No.
Did you think a crime had been committed?
I knew something.
Relevant to whether she thinks a crime was committed.
It's her state of mind, and if she thought a crime had been...
Her state of mind doesn't have anything to do with it. So go ahead with your next question.
So in preparing for this...
Wow.
You contacted your son. He was a police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And during your conversation with him, did you ask him if you should contact the police here before going to the apartment?
No.
And at no point during that conversation did he advise you to contact the police department, did he?
No.
I heard you indicate the things that he advised you to do when you went to the apartment. It included wear gloves, take pictures, don't stay long. I did not note that you said your son advised you to collect evidence. Is that correct?
Could you ask the question directly?
Did your son ask you to collect anything
No.
while you were there?
No,
So your son did not advise you to collect evidence while you were there?
he did not say those words.
Okay. Did Ms. Burks specifically ask you to bring anything out of the apartment?
No,
Did she specifically ask you to collect any evidence?
no,
Did she specifically ask you to move anything in the apartment?
no.
Ms. Franklin,
Mrs. Franklin.
Mrs. Franklin.
Correction.
I want to show you this. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
If I represent to you that it's a screenshot from the first video that you put in, does that look accurate?
I mean, without having them side by side, yes.
Sure. Do you recognize this area that it shows?
The counter?
Yes, but that looks like Jade's apartment?
It looks like her kitchen.
Her kitchen in her apartment. Okay, and that's from your video, so that's about what it looked like when you went there, right?
What I recall, yes.
Do you recognize this right here?
Can you move your finger for a second?
Sure.
Okay, what directly, could you give me color, because there's two objects?
This pink item right here?
No, I don't recall that specifically.
That doesn't look familiar to you from when you were in the apartment?
I don't recall that specifically.
That cup didn't look familiar to you?
I don't recall that specifically.
How about over by the sink right here?
What exactly? Can you point again?
Over in the sink?
Okay.
That there.
The pan?
Yeah, the pan, the pot, whatever that is.
Okay.
Did you note any dirty dishes when you were in the apartment?
I cannot recall specifically dirty dishes.
Does that appear to be a clean dish?
I mean, I don't know. It's upside down.
Did you note any unusual smells when you were in the apartment?
Not that I remember.
Am I able to see if I can hook my connector up? So these have been introduced as the exhibits. I don't know the exact numbers, but these were pictures that you took, right? That you've already identified?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to flip through and just ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
This picture, which, can you just describe what's in this picture?
The inside of Jade's refrigerator in her apartment.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I mean, I took pictures of what I thought was concerning or needed to be documented.
What was notable or concerning about the refrigerator?
I was looking for anything pink,
Anything pink?
liquid.
So there's a pink lemonade in there?
Yes, sir.
And this you've already described as the camera, right?
Correct.
And here is and the windowsill, or the window shade is up in this picture. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the camera is in the bedroom on this windowsill, correct?
Yes.
And we noted in the other picture that I just showed, the screenshot, the camera's not in the kitchen, right?
Correct.
Did you note a gun in the apartment?
I'm sorry?
Did you see a gun in the apartment?
I don't remember seeing the weapon, but I think I saw a holster.
Saw a holster, but you didn't see the gun.
I mean,
Okay. I noticed in those videos that we watched, there was not a video of you moving the blink camera, was there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There was not a video of you moving the blink camera, was there?
No. A video?
Yes.
No.
And there was not a video of you packaging up the comforter, was there?
No.
And there was not a video of you taking the comforter out of the apartment, was there?
No.
And there was not a picture of a washcloth?
No.
Did you also package up a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
You did not remove a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
You didn't take any pictures of a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
Were you the only person who touched the comforter?
I think so, yes.
Nobody else helped you fold it up and put it in the garbage bag?
I mean, I can't testify to remembering if anyone touched the comforter.
And that's not part of the videos that you took while you were there, right?
No.
Did you bring the garbage bag with you?
Yes.
Did you have to go to the store to buy the garbage bag?
No.
You had it with you already?
No.
Where did the garbage bag come from?
I don't know because I didn't leave the bedroom. I said, get a garbage bag.
So it's possible that came from Jade's apartment?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't bring one with us. That I'm aware, no one had a garbage bag with them when we arrived.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. You didn't bring a garbage bag with you?
No.
Okay. So just so I understand, so far as you were aware, there was no police officer that gave you permission to go to that apartment?
I did not speak to a police officer.
And not everything that happened in the apartment is on video, right?
No, I didn't record nonstop.
Thank you.
You read your record.
Mr. Franklin, you were asked many questions about the time you were out there.
What's your question?
Did you happen to notice that there was a clock that was captured in the video with the time on it?
Yes.
Daughter asked the publish that it's the first video still shot.
Okay.
And do we see the time? What is the time?
6:39.
Counsel asked you a number of questions about your relationship. You testified about Ms. Burks, Bridget, and when you learned that Jade was pregnant, was she supposed to pay that?
Bridget or Jade?
Ms. Burks, Bridget.
Bridget telling me about
Yes.
Jade being pregnant?
You find out later that it was supposed to not be told?
Oh, I mean, no, I found that out when she told me
Okay,
that she was pregnant.
so that's how close you are.
Yes.
Nothing.
Any other questions?
Ms. Franklin, do you know if that clock in that video is accurate?
Hang on, let him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. Have a seat, General Moore. What are your questions?
Ms. Franklin, if I could, do you know if that clock is accurate in that video?
I'm assuming so.
Had you ever been to Ms. Benning's apartment before?
No.
So you don't know if it's accurate, do you?
No.
Thank you.
Did you have other questions?
With respect to the questions about the comforter, did you shake it out or fold it up?
No, I folded it up within itself.
So if there was something else in there, it would have been folded up in it.
I did not spread it out. I didn't move it. I folded it up within itself and put it in the bag.
Whatever was in the bag stayed in the bag.
Yes.
That's all.
Was that how you were directed to package up evidence by your son?
No one directed me the way to package.
Now, nothing else, right?
Okay. Great. Thank you. You can step down and have a seat. All right, let's go to the jury. If you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break. All right, we'll be in a 15-minute break. Welcome to 15-minute recess.
Okay, guys. I told you we were going to go to 11 o'clock because we still have, let's see, almost 4 hours of testimony left. And I've got to get some sleep. I'm up at 7 in the morning. And, actually, I'm not up. I'm out the door at 7. I'm up at 6 in the morning. So I've been getting 3 to 4 hours sleep for the last few nights. And so we need, yeah, you haven't had a meal since last night. Dinner was too hot to eat. Ooh, baby girl, get you some food. So with that, I am going to pause it here. I'm not going to move it. And I'm going to go ahead and screenshot the timestamp. So just in case it disappears, I know where we were. And we will pick this up again tomorrow. As I have told you yesterday, I know I'm looking rough. You can tell it's time for bed. All my makeup is melted. But we will be recipes in Discord, y'all. If we have a recipe section in Discord, if you like those kinds of things, please go to our Discord. And there is the QR code right over there. And join Discord. We have a pet section. We have recipe. We have games. We have all kinds of stuff over there. And our mods, Angela and June and Honey, kind of take care of it. June and Angela are our primary. Honey takes care of the gaming section. And so go take a gander, as my grandpa used to say. But we will be back every night this week. My daughter is coming in from, I was going to say college. She's done. Coming in, she lives out of town on Friday. But I plan on going live tomorrow night for sure. And most likely Friday. She's going to be exhausted. She'll come and crash. But we will get this caught up. We're going to do the rest of today's tomorrow's and start on tomorrow's tomorrow. And we'll get it caught up. We'll get it there. But it is now 11 o'clock Central Standard Time, and it's time for bed.
So I want to thank all of you so much for joining. Mods, thank you for hanging in there. You are awesome. Everybody get some good rest. And gosh, I'm so sorry, Angela, your AC is out. Man, I'd sleep in. I've done this before when it was like 101, 102, and our AC froze up. I just went and got in a tub of warm water, and then it fell asleep and it was cold, and I just slept in the tub. Didn't mean to, but it worked. Not really suggesting it, but you know what I mean. Everybody have a good night. Thank you again for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day.